welcome. Welcome. So, today we got the Campfire chats. We also have the PoE 2 live reveal, apparently. So, if you guys are interested in Path of Exile 2, we got that coming up as well. Um, yeah. Well, let's dive right in. Let's just hit the button. Let's do some things. Don't stare directly into the cat's eyes, though. Don't do that. Okay, just don't do that. All right. What's up, Leon? You excited for Path of Exile 2?
Oh yeah.
Leon's excited. He says he's excited.
I can't wait to dive in. I love new things, learning all over again.
Learning stuff? You like using your brain?
Yep.
You don't just turn your brain off and just like use build guides?
Oh man.
That's
I
the way
wish.
that's the way to go, right? You just turn your brain off and you just use build guides.
Yeah.
We don't need our brains. Who needs a brain? Brains are they're for brain stuff. That's what they are. They're for brain things. We don't talk about brain stuff here. We don't talk about that brain stuff. Too brainy.
I think I might finally commit to a new PC as well. The 9800X 3D just came out. That thing looks insane.
It does look kind of neat. I don't know if I want to like upgrade just yet though.
My computer's like coming up on 7 years old, so like I need it. Like my CPU is like super old generation. Like I'm definitely CPU bottleneck.
What are you running?
7700.
7700 what, Ryzen?
No, Intel.
Oh, didn't they leave they moved into like the 10, 11, 12, 13,
13.
14.
Yeah. Like I said, it's like 6 or 7 years old.
So you're not even in the 10s.
No,
You're not even in the 10s.
no, I'm very, very old PC. So I need it. But I've been waiting for the right moment to do it.
Yeah. I mean, my PC was like, I think it was like close to 7 or 8 years
Couple
old
years.
by the time I upgraded it.
Yeah. I remember when you did your 5800 build. It was like a couple years ago now, but
yeah, I went to the 5800 because the 5800 was a pretty good processor.
Yeah,
And then they
exactly.
came out with the X3D, and I was like, oh, does my board keep this? And like, so now I'm running the like the X3D processor, which is
Which
amazing.
are amazing. And then they had the 7800. Now they have the 9800 X3D, and I'm like, man, those X3Ds look so good for gaming. I just want to grab one of them.
It's so the key to the X3Ds is the massive L3 cache.
Yeah.
They have like a ridiculous L3 cache, which helps out apparently a ton when it comes to processing data.
Yeah, because it's like an additional memory layer, but it's right on the CPU. Instead of accessing memory, there's no delay. Like CPU, memory, like L3, and then memory, and then hard drive.
I'm pretty sure mine has the same L3 cache as the new unit. Yeah. It's that one is a little bit more power hungry, I noticed. That's a 120 watt.
Yeah.
So I would be careful with this because I ran into this problem myself. This is a lie. Like, so mine said 105 as well, and if you pull up the like 5800, so like I think I was using the 5800 just regular Ryzen chip. At that particular time, where's the 58? Yeah, the 5800X. So here's the 5800X as an example, and the 5800X also says it is a 105 watt, right? So to me, I thought they were the same wattage. They were not the same wattage. The 5800X 3D pulled way more than 105. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why the 5800X 3D is pulling so much, but it pulls way more. And so, like, on the same PSU that the 5800 was on, like, I was fine, right? But then when I switched over to the 5800X 3D with the same power supply, like, it wasn't able to keep up. And every time the 5800X 3D like went into burst mode or whatever, because it's got like some sort of like high end mode where it pulls more wattage than normal, The TDP is not 105 watts. It's way higher than 105 watts. And it basically would cause the system to just crash. So I'm assuming, and this is just my assumption, same as the previous, just wanted to give you a warning that 120 watts on the processor is probably not accurate. I would probably bump that up to like 150 just to be sure in like your wattage calculations. Once you like include your power supply, your video cards, all your hard drives and everything, you get like your memory sticks and you start to calculate out your wattage requirements. I would just throw like just to be safe, just throw like an extra 50 watts on top of the 120 there and rate it even higher. And make sure your power supply has like a little bit of headroom because these CPUs are power hungry. Let me give you an example. So here is a picture of the 5800X 3D pulling 140 watts. 144.5 watts is what it was currently pulling. It's this and this, like, I don't know, they're just not that you would think that they're the same because both of these chips have the same TDP. They're both 105 watt default TDP. But they don't run it at the same. Like the 5800 is definitely much less power hungry than the 5800X 3D.
That's the one thing that's making me hold back because the performance is there on the 9800 X3D. Like all the performance reviews are out, the performance there, but the power. I don't want like something that's going to heat the room. Like I don't want to deal with like superheat in the room. I don't want a space heater.
I mean, it's going to be hot, but it's worth it, I think. These chips definitely are much better than any of the other chips. They definitely perform better. I mean, comparing my 3800 to the 58 or because I had the 3800, not the 5800. But comparing the chips together, like they're just not. It's not even close. Like ever since I switched over to the X3D with the large cache sizes, the L3 cache sizes, it's absolutely amazing. I am sold. Where's the AMD? AMD. Typing this all backwards. I know that's not what you came here for, but we got an hour before the campfire chat, so you guys can just sit tight.
The price is pretty reasonable too. I think it's like 600.
Well, at your point, you're definitely going with a full rig overhaul, so
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a full rig overhaul. So I mean,
Everything's new.
at that point, it's new motherboard, it's new processor, it's new.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're going for the full thing, and that's kind of like the whole thing is that if you don't go, like if you're going that far, I mean, you're just overhauling the whole thing at that point. The only thing you might keep is the power supply if the power supply is like a monster. That's that's what makes it through mine, like the power supply, maybe like the hard drive and stuff like that. But why can I not find the article on the other one here? I mean, I don't know. The 9000 series, the 9800 X3D does look really good though. What happened to my stream yesterday? When my stream cuts out, sometimes when it reconnects, it reconnects improperly, and then the screen turns green. That only happened at the end of the stream though, and then honestly that usually is a death knell for the stream, so the stream's dead anyway. Once the screen it turns green, that's it. It's done.
He's in the Matrix. The whole movie was green. You guys forgot. That's him.
God, the freaking sun is like blazing right now. It says liquid cooler recommended. I don't buy the whole liquid cooler thing. I think you can do just fine on fans. You get a really nice cooler. I mean, my recommendation is like a what is it called? Trying to remember the brand name.
It's been a long time since I did a PC part picker list. They give you the price on there, right? Or like an estimated price?
I think so. Noctua. I actually really like Noctua fans. There's some really good, like, high quality Noctua fans. big monster Dujanks that just very, very good for cooling off systems. I mean, like something like the NHD15, which is absolutely amazing. That big old bad boy with like 2 fans and like tons of heat pipes and everything else in the world. I just don't trust the liquid coolers at all. I don't have the money to be spending on a whole new system if it dies. And the reliability of the air coolers is like unmatched. I could leave my freaking system running for like a year straight, like not even come back, have like a game running, and the air cooler could just be doing its job the entire time. And it might get clogged up after like a year or so, but I usually just clean out my systems every now and then, and it's fine. Savasi, you want my sweater? It's for sale. You can get it. Ugly Christmas sweaters, my friend. Ugly Christmas sweaters. You can get them on ggmentor.com. ggmentor.com. Come on down and get yours, huh? Yeah, I learned a couple lessons when it came to like computers. Because I've built so many over the years. The first one is always get the processor that you want to get. Um, Very rarely, if ever, will you actually upgrade to the processor that you want to get from the one that's garbage. Motherboard matters a lot. I used to think that going with like the cheapy little crap motherboards was like the way to go, you know. But like I recently have come around and I've started to realize that the cheap motherboards are they're just garbage, is what they are, and they belong in the garbage. That's where they belong. I mean, let me give you an example. The motherboard that I purchased for my main gaming rig was a really nice one. I think it was like $250 for the board. It was like top of the line on the gigabyte side. Then I purchased a combo pack from Amazon because it was on sale during Black Friday, and it came with like a cheap motherboard. It wasn't really all that amazing. I tried to put in 3 solid-state hard drives in there, 3 NVMe's. It had 3 NVMe slots, so I was like, hey, let me put in 3 NVMe's. My other computer has 3 NVMe's in it. It's got 4 actually. That was when I found out that the cheap motherboard was sharing the bus width with the PCI Express slots, which
Yeah.
meant that if you had PCI Express slots filled and you were using the NVMe slots, that it would turn off the NVMe slots because you had something in the PCI Express slots. And of course, I'm a streamer, so I've got things in the PCI Express slots like capture cards and all sorts of other things. Didn't have that problem with my other computer because my other computer doesn't share bus bandwidth with the freaking NVMe slots. It's a high quality motherboard that has different bandwidth slots for those buses, whereas the cheap motherboards are sharing all the bus bandwidth with like the PCI Express slots and stuff because like who needs those? Those are apparently decoration or whatever. Any chance to get one with Soul Shale? I mean, you can order those. They're on the site. There's some patches you can get if you want to put patches on there. I mean, the this stuff that's right here, like that's just in the pattern. Like I can't change that. They're all over. Like they're all over the entire sweater. Like it's an ugly Christmas sweater. They're just in the pattern. What do I want to play around with today? I didn't really finish this one. I was playing around with this one.
I wish for you to see this place. Oh, I do miss her.
I don't know. Some people like to upgrade their rigs every year. I'm not one of those people. I usually like to wait until I have until there's actually something decent to upgrade to. I like to think about it like efficiency or like money to like gain ratio. Like how much am I getting for how much I'm spending? Because it's probably going to be the same amount no matter what. When I upgrade my full system, it's probably going to be like the same price pretty much no matter what. So like I kind of want that money to actually go towards something useful as opposed to like little tiny upgrades. Usually 3 generations is where I draw the line. Like when I'm like 3 generations back, that's when it's time to get some upgrades in. You know
One
what?
motherboard I usually went with Asus, but I'm thinking maybe Gigabyte.
I've had no problem with Gigabyte boards. Like I think Gigabyte boards are really good. I think there was an issue like way back during the whole bulk grid array failure stuff where the Gigabyte boards were failing. But I mean that was the bulk grid array failure stuff. That wasn't really because of Gigabyte's failure. It was more of like another issue. The board that I'm using is of course, this wouldn't be the one that you're using, but I'm using the Aorus X570. Can't remember the exact model. I ended up getting one of the much higher revisions. Where's the X570 boards? And of course, they've had a bunch of new boards since then. Man, this website's kind of laggy. Laggy. So let's see. They had the Pro, the Master, the Extreme. I think it was the Ultra. I think is the one that I ended up going with. I can't remember. Actually, isn't there like some sort of application here that like talks about? God, I freaking hate the start menu these days. The way that it opens up and the way that it does things. Like, I just want to like look through my apps. I don't want to search the internet about the app that I'm trying to open that's already on my computer. I don't understand the point of that. Okay, throw me a big fit then. I don't think that was the right one. But just CPU-Z probably has the information. Now that I think about it.
It's $100 more for 2 more terabytes.
Oh yeah, solid states and NVMe's like, oh my god, their prices fluctuate so much. I remember when it was like $400 just to get like a 512 gigabyte, and then like a couple years later it was like $400 to get a 1 terabyte, and then like a couple years later it was like $400 to get like a 4 or 5 terabyte. Like it didn't like that's one thing that waiting gets you a huge increase in, because you can drop $400 right now on like an NVMe, or you can wait, and like they always go down in price. It's crazy how much they go down in price with time. Yeah, so I am using the Ultra. Yep, the Ultra. That's the one I got. So it's this one right here. Man, this website laggy as all get out. Laggy. Yeah. So some of the other things that I noticed that like when you run these like higher end boards, kind of like, let's see if I can get like a good picture of the board. I think I remember I also picked this board because it had a USB-C port on it, which apparently a lot of computers did not have USB-C ports at that particular time. So I actually have a USB-C to USB-C port on the back of my computer that I can plug my phone into, and it transfers data amazingly fast. I was super excited about that. But one thing you'll notice is like the heat sinks are better, like all across the board. You get way better, like also heat sinks over the NVMe cards. You get more PCI Express slots if you need those. You get more 16x PCI Express slots as well. So if you intend on doing like 2 video cards or something like that, you could totally do that. It's obviously that's like high end ridiculous stuff, but I also noticed in general like the capacitors are better on the higher end boards. Like they come with all of the connectors, and instead of like missing a whole bunch of the connectors, chips will just be missing, like on the lower end boards too. Like if you actually compare them side by side, like they're just straight up missing certain chips, because they're not set up for like, you know. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find like the base model. What was the base model for the Aorus?
So it looks like I'm looking at $2,600 or no, $2,062.
I mean,
That's without it.
that's pretty good for like with a 9800X 3D and like a decent motherboard. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's no video card because the video card I'll just upgrade later.
Oh, that's without the video card?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. What video card are you running right now?
2080 Ti.
Hmm. I mean, that's okay. I'll get you most stuff that you need.
Yeah,
Your
I
video,
always can
your,
always upgrade the video card
your
later,
video card becomes your bottleneck at that point.
which I'm okay with. That's such an easy part to swap. It's just it's just waiting to get the right one, the right price, and everything.
I'm trying to see if I could find like the base version of this motherboard. I might have even chosen a motherboard that had like better options in general. Ooh, man, that extreme one looks amazing. I guess maybe I didn't get the top end one. God, look at that extreme one. Freaking, it's like the whole motherboard is covered in heat sinks.
I linked the part picker.
This is like, they're not even the same boards. Like, look at the difference between these two boards. This is my board's on the left and this board's on the right. So we've got, like, they just like filled in everything with heat sinks at that point. They're just like, you know what, everything gets heat sinks. Got a fancy power. Oh, sorry, my head's covering it. Power and reset button over here. Mm. Crazy looking board.
That is a crazy looking board.
I don't know. It's just like I've noticed that like when you go get your motherboard, you're paying for like convenience. So you get a lot. You get a lot of convenience out of the board.
Yeah, I've never gone cheap on motherboards. I've always gone like $300 to $500 motherboards in that range.
Let's see what you get here for your PC part picker.
But I also I use my computer for a long time, like 6, 7 years, and I'm gonna keep this computer I have now as like a backup computer or give it to my nephew or something.
Oh yeah, I mean I took my old computer and I just rebuilt it into another
Stream
case
it.
and sold it to a customer. That's what I did. Like, honestly, my computer, even though it was like 6 or 7 years old, was still better than like 90% of the crap that you purchase from the store.
Yep.
Like it wasn't keeping up with like the highest end games, which is what I wanted it to keep up with. But like, what does that really matter in the grand scheme of things for somebody that like, I mean, the person I sold it to, he pretty much just like goes on the internet, like sells things on eBay. He might watch an occasional video. Like the computer that I had was overkill for any of that. I get that Aurora 8 X870. That's the new one, huh? Wow, that's fancy looking with the white colors.
Yeah, I
You
didn't even
fancy.
plan on it. I just found that's white, and the case is white too.
Fancy. That's fancy. Got the fancy white motherboard. I mean, you might if you shopped during Black Friday, you might be able to pick up some of this
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm
cheaper.
thinking.
Obviously, just like keep an eye out on it and look for some of this stuff for cheap. I mean, I don't think the 9800X 3D is going down anytime soon, so you're probably just going to have to
Yeah,
pull the
that's
trigger on
fine.
that. But like, hmm, I mean, the memory, the NVMe, like that probably is going to go on sale like during Black Friday, so that's no brainer. Um, you might need more than 1,000 watts on your power
Also,
supply though. Thousand
especially with
thousand
newer
thousand watts is
graphics.
kind of low these days. Like it's especially with all these new video cards that are just ridiculous power hogs. Might have to run your setup through a wattage calculator. I'm not sure 1,000 gives you enough overhead to do what you're looking for. Let's see here. Apparently, Cooler Master has a wattage calculator. Okay, so let's do AMD. What socket is that? I don't even remember. Doesn't matter. I'll just go in here and grab the Ryzen. Ryzen 9800 X3D. There's the 5800 X3D. Is it why isn't it on here?
I have these by the year they were made. They really don't have a year filter.
There's the 7950, 7800. Why is the Ryzen 7 9800 X3D just missing? Man, if that's the case, the best we can do is choose. I think the 7950, I think, has the same TDP. I mean, I'm gonna assume you're gonna go with a higher graphics card at some point. So let's assume that you got like a 4090 or something in there.
They released the specs of like the 5090 yet.
I saw a little bit on it.
You might as well just plan for the newest thing just to be ahead of times.
Man, this freaking wattage calculator is just not good. There's too much stuff missing from it. It doesn't have DDR5. It doesn't have like a lot of the things that are needed to get the wattage calculated
According to
properly.
this website, the 5090 will need 600 watts. The 5080 will need 400. So I would just plan for 600 for the high end. Always plan for the high end, I would say.
Well,
600
it's
watts.
also the graphics card, and that's where things get spicy.
Yeah, the 5090 RTX, 600 watts of power.
Let's see. Yeah, 4090. Let's give you like 128 gigabytes of DDR5. Let's give you like two 1 terabyte solid state drives. We just give you a little bit of overhead is what we're trying to do. Maybe like one 7200 or like two 7200 storage drives. And we're sitting at 800 to 889 watts. So we're sitting around 900 watts. So you're
You always
base
want more.
yeah, you always want way more than what it's actually there. So
So you
like
probably want like a 1500.
and then yeah, so you're probably looking at like above 1,000 at least, like 1,200, 1,500 something. Because otherwise you're not going to have any headroom to grow. And I really doubt that the new 5000 series graphics cards are the same as the 4090. I think they're probably going to be even more wattage hogs than the previous systems.
It's crazy.
They're turning into basically whole computers at this point. And my experience with this also is that like this gives you an idea of how many watts you need, right? But like I didn't even have the 5800 in here or 9800 X3D in here because they don't have the 9800 X3D. Do they got any of the X3D processors? Okay, they've got. Let's do the 7950 X3D. That's the newest one. And then it's just not really the same. I don't think they're the same TDP. Let me check real quick. We need something that has the same
1500.
TDP as the other. That's what we're looking for. So the TDP on this one is okay. Okay, it is the same TDP. Okay. Well, then in that case, then that's probably pretty accurate. I mean, you see what I'm saying though. You're within like 100 watts basically of like capping out, and as soon as the system runs out of power, it just shuts off. Like you never want that to happen. And honestly, like for me, I literally have like way more than this. I've got like 3 solid states, and then I also have, I think I've got like 4 7200 RPM hard drives, which puts me into like the 1200 watt range. The only difference is though is I'm not using a 4090 graphics card right now. I'm only using a 3080, which has a much lower TDP than the other one. I think the important thing is just don't run out. You just never want to run out. And that's really all there is to it. It's not like your computer uses like whatever's rated on it. If it's a 1500 watt power supply, it's not using 1500 watts. It's using whatever your computer is using. So whatever your computer pulls, that's what it's using.
Yeah, it's like $60 more for the 1500 from the 1000.
Yeah.
So probably worth $60 to have that much leniency. I'm pretty happy with I figured around 2K for like a top end build, not counting the graphics card, of course, because those are like 2K alone, the new ones, because they're crazy. But just the components.
I mean, the majority of your speed for your computer is going to come from the graphics card first, the CPU second, and the memory third. I mean, basically everybody has an NVMe, so I don't really even count that in the equation anymore. If you don't have an NVMe, I don't know what you're doing at this point. Like, it's not like we're in the dark ages where like NVMe's don't exist. Hey, at least a solid state, and they're super cheap. You can get, yeah. Like, memory is like the least good thing for increasing the performance of a PC, in my opinion. So, like, the majority of your money should go toward the graphics card and the CPU, which I think the 9800X 3D is a really good choice. It's probably going to be absolutely amazing.
It will last me a long time. But I'll definitely get another like 5+ years out of it. Yeah, I think like you said, Cyber Monday, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Just look for those parts. See if I can start getting them.
Yeah.
Processors come with thermal paste, right? Or I guess I can order it too.
So if you get Noxua stuff, they usually come with like really high grade power paste. Like it comes with the high grade paste. A lot of the other ones do not come with high grade paste. They come with like whatever they want to give you. I mean, there's the whole thermal paste market is insane. There's so many different thermal pastes. I can't even go over them all, to be honest.
Do you use the X or do you use a blob? Like, how do you do it?
Tiny little itty bitty X is the way. I did it. So there was like a post a while back where somebody took like a big thick block of acrylic and they attached a heatsink to it. Yeah, and they did like all the methods, and the P doesn't spread enough over top of the, like if you do just like the little tiny dot, it just does a circle, so it just spreads out as a circle, and it doesn't really work properly. I mean, obviously, you definitely don't do the spatula. I don't think anybody thought the spatula method was the right way, except for weird people. Like sometimes the thermal paste would come with like a little spatula, and people would be like just like pasting the thermal paste on. Like that's not the way. What is wrong with you guys? I'm scared. I'm pretty sure I can find the posts. There's a picture of it somewhere. Ooh, a Gillian broom? That was nice. Alright. Let me go back to town. I'll see if I can find it real quick. There's that one guy that did the yeah, here it is. This is the best one after tons of research into it. Like this is the way. It's the X. In fact, he might have actually put a little bit too much thermal paste on there, but there's like a couple different pictures of like the way that you do the thermal paste.
Yeah, from what I've seen in most videos too, it's a little bit of bleeding is okay. Like having a little bit go over.
Well, the goal is a thin layer. The thermal paste itself can actually become almost insulative. Like it almost insulates it if you put too much. The goal is just to fill in the micro imperfections between the two surfaces. That's the goal. So you don't want like voids where there's no thermal paste applied to the CPU, and you also don't want too much because then it's just. I mean, it's really the same exact thing as glue. Like when you glue things, like you don't want the glue to be sticking to glue. You want the glue to be sticking to the other side of the product. So you want one side of the glue sticking to one side of the product, and the other side of the glue sticking to the other side, so that they're basically just connected with a very thin like layer of glue, which is allowing the two surfaces to come in direct contact with each other. But like if you have a really thick layer of thermal grease, what ends up happening is you just like you're not connecting the two surfaces together. You're connecting like the thermal grease to the thermal grease to the thermal grease to the thermal grease to the thermal grease, and then eventually to the CPU. Which is why the layer is supposed to be thin. Which is why putting too much actually like can cause problems. So you really just want it to spread properly across the CPU, fill in all the micro imperfections, and basically make a tight, seal in between the two products. Which is not always easy to do, like depending on like how you put your application method, or if you put like way too much. I mean, it squishing out the sides isn't like a terrible thing. In fact, that's probably preferred because you don't want the excess in there anyway. Some of the thermal paste though, they don't do well with over application. Like some of them are actually conductive and can cause problems. It depends on which kind of thermal paste. There's like a whole thermal paste like chart where people tested all the different types with like the different values for every single one.
Then you got to do like burn in to make sure there's no issues.
So some of them require burn in and some of them don't. So that's up to the thermal paste. Like Arctic Silver, which is what I used to use back in the day. Like Arctic Silver definitely did require burn in. So like you had to burn that in to get it to work properly.
Campfire should be here soon.
Oh yeah. Boop. I'm over here talking about computer stuff.
Got you. Got you in the computer mode.
Oh, I like computer stuff. I'm a computer nerd. I am a computer nerd, okay? I'm a guy. I'm a computer nerd, I'm a guy.
But also have this
boop. They're playing that thing again with the darkness in the eyeball. They got the darkness in the eyeball going there. Yeah, they did this last time. Looks like we got about 10 minutes until the campfire chat starts. I mean, it was kind of interesting. Him talking about his eyeball that he had on his desktop and like, just, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, when you put the CPU cooler on, you actually want to use an X pattern for screwing the screws down, because if you don't screw them down in the X pattern, you can cause uneven pushing of the thermal paste yourself. It's actually kind of interesting. I mean, basically you want to do it like, I'm sure there's like whole guides out there on how to do this, but like, I mean, here, I'll just make a square. Okay. And then we'll go circles. Alright, so here are your screws for your CPU, right? So you put your thermal paste on, and what you have to do is you have to do them in a specific order. If you don't do them in a specific order, like, you can cause the thermal paste to shift to one side or the other. So it'll, like, if you do these screws first, it pushes the thermal paste this way. And if you do these screws first, it pushes them this way, and so forth and so on. So what you do is you actually do them in an order of, like, the corners to each other, like this one and then this one. And then you do this one and then this one. And you don't screw them down all at once. You actually just do them, like, really slowly. So you do like a little half turn here, a 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 half turn here. And you just keep doing that until, like, they're all tightened down equally at the same time. Otherwise, what happens is you end up just, like, pushing all the thermal paste in one direction. Like if you do these two up here first, or if you do these two on this side first, like, it just, you're basically just squishing it. It's like, you know, it's no different than if I took the phone and I had like a glob of paste on my hand and I was just like, let's just do it like this, right? Where's the paste gonna go? The paste is gonna go that way, right? So it's the simplest thing in the world that you don't think about, but it definitely can cause like problems with tightening the screws in the wrong order, especially if you go all the way down. And that's the main problem. So if you go all the way down on like this screw and this screw first, and then you go down on this screw here, right? Then that's going to immediately cause all of it to shift this way. It's going to all shift that way toward the top left corner, because this is the last screw that you're tightening. Tightening it too much and bending the motherboard. I mean, you do want it tight. I will say that much. You do want it tight. Like, the entire purpose of the thermal paste is to bridge the gap in between the two. There's actually a whole thing, it's called lapping, which is basically where people take some time and a little bit of like sandpaper and water, and they actually lap their CPUs. And the whole entire purpose of lapping your CPU is to basically get down like as close as you can. Of course, this is like a terrible job. You want the CPU to be almost like mirror-like in its performance. And what this does is it just makes a much better connection in between the heatsink and the CPU, because now you have like a mirror-like finish on your processor. Here's an example right here of a guy doing a, like, where he can literally read the paper. You see this? He can literally like hold it up to the paper and he can read the paper in the CPU. And that's how you know that your lapping of your CPU is working properly. And in fact, you don't want a bunch of scratches on it either. Like this guy with all these scratches all over it, that is an absolutely terrible job. That is atrocious. The scratches just make it worse. So, you know, if the goal is to make a flush connection in between your CPU and the heatsink with all the scratches, you're just making even more imperfections so that the CPU and the heatsink are not connecting together properly. And so that just makes it worse. This, however, like the guy that did this so that it's like almost a mirror-like finish, that's good. Like that's basically setting the CPU up so it's a very smooth surface, so the connection between the two surfaces is as good as it's going to get. Some people even do what's called delidding your CPU, which is a whole nother thing. I do not recommend delidding your CPU because delidding your CPU is very dangerous and can very easily break your CPU. Yes, sometimes it works, and yes, sometimes it fails abysmally and like takes part of the CPU off with it, and it's not good. I don't really think it's even worth it for like the performance that you gain. Like the delidding of the CPU is a minor improvement for a very dangerous way of doing it. I mean, it's not a good thing in my opinion. I mean, if you got like money to burn and you feel like it, you know, like buying a couple CPUs and seeing if you can do it, I mean, go ahead. But like when you fail, things just go really badly. The top of the CPU can come off. So like you can basically just break the silicon wafer. Obviously there's other issues, like this guy just completely just like effed up his CPU. I don't even know. Looks like the whole CPU like cracked off in a bad way. Ooh, man, that is rough. That is painful to look at right there. That is just pain. Yeah. Delidding is a whole thing I never really got into because I watched people fail over and over again on it, and I was just like, you know what? You know what? And I don't have, you know, like 600 some odd dollars to waste. I do not. I do not have $600 to waste down the drain. Maybe if I was rich. But you know what? If I was rich, I'd probably just pay somebody else to do it. I mean, why bother like messing around with like this stuff when I could get somebody to delid the CPU for me? Let them have the pain of like having to delid multiple CPUs and get everything working properly. What's up, Wabbajack? My hopes and wishes for Season 7 besides balancing and bug fixes? I mean, they've got a good balance in the game already. I like the balance that they've currently established. They just need to remove the bugs. Once they remove all the bugs, then they can, like, see where the dust settles, and they can go from there. I mean, it's unfortunate, but, like, we're in a situation where they should have done this at the mid-season patch. That way we would have had more time to figure out what needed to be changed for Season 7. I mean, it's a cumulative process, right? Like, if you change something now, then you can see how it unfolds, and then later on, when you're making the final changes, you have a better idea of what you're going to change. You know, they've got to make a whole bunch of changes in the like the public test realm, and then we're gonna have to test them out, and then we're gonna have less. They're gonna have less time to like figure and finalize those changes. I mean, we'll see. I'm assuming they're gonna nerf the crap out of the Spiritborn, though. That's my assumption.
Because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
The whole process made me feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
the eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we're doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, you know. Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We end with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket.
Dan looks like he would be my dungeon
black
master
Diablo
in
4 jackets as
my
well.
Dungeons and
Look at
Dragons
us.
run.
Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And he's not sure if he can hear me.
Oh, no.
But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh, no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right. What happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles,
yeah,
take us through it.
absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes. In
Multi-billion-dollar
Diablo 4, as well
company.
as some broader, more
And they can't
systemic
get Dan
updates
on the
that are
line.
happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of the classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been a one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. You know, the visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably
nerf to Firebolt enchantment.
probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And you know, that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some cracked energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sorc, talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season, where we're making two uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style to the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the ball lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses to encourage this kind of playstyle. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
It's like a fun trade-off now, and sort of
Yeah.
how you want to use ball lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that ball lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that ball lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that this build is just wants to be on the move,
Right.
and that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
Pure
like
werewolf.
mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun, those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison. Yeah. What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage
diarrhea build.
Sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff, and this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your Shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for Shred, you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of just bouncing around as a druid. with the aspect of the blurred beast. So very cool.
Yeah.
It's always great when we can inject like changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow Clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game. But with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a shadow imbuement explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, Caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly. So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank Thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life, and now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have 2 uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot, and they're both going to be working with Blood Wave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting 1 Blood Wave out forward, you're going to get 2 that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control of it.
Yeah, and it plays super well with that key passive.
Absolutely, absolutely, especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now, the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Blood Wave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful.
Nerf
and we really like that.
Hashtag Nerf Barb.
We do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class.
They did exactly what I thought they were going to do.
150 easily, right?
They did exactly what I thought they were going to do. They nerfed the crap out of that crit percentage. That crit percentage went from 3 to 0.5. I didn't even think they were going to go that far. I thought they were going to go 1.5. No, they went 0.5.
Target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleki here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes your Razor wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to like just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to...
I'm going to be perfectly honest, though. I'm not entirely sure Rod of Kapeleke deserved the nerf. I think it's one of those situations that we're going to be in where literally the Rod of Kapeleke was only really being propped up by all the bugs, and once they fixed the bugs, like the Rod of Kapeleke that we had originally probably would have been fine, unnerfed. But yeah, they just nerfed it into oblivion basically. So I wouldn't expect anybody to use that thing pretty much at all in Season 7
compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scaler. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Ultimate's
so
needed,
often, sometimes you'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
Wow. We've also got the Ring of Apagic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you the strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects, Call of the Ancients, and some of the legendaries that summon those. Those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in. You probably trigger the rune it's connected to. You get a big overflow. You get a big moment of power there.
I like that a lot.
And finally, we've got the Chak rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those. It's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades.
Yeah.
So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
I like it.
Lots of changes coming to classes. There's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is
I can hear you now.
Oh, there we go. I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in Season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since Season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in Season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so for Season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, the season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And let us know what you think about it. Now, let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies. And, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Piranado. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon.
I like it.
What good are powers if we aren't offering you
fun.
some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to HellTides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other two I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for creating a certain type of build. And we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, so we thought, well, we should take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across, to walk all the way back to the waypoint, or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. And actually, please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so powerful.
Why would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or of the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we've people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's the Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied. The floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4 GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4 GA and then
rolling
1%.
Yeah.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4 GA. Well, my 1 GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an ancestral drops, because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit. People going like, "Hey, I think like
I need to get a
my
tinfoil
Codex
hat
of Power
and
is
just,
not getting
make it and
updated
bring it in
correctly
here.
or something like that." And we
it on
totally
whenever I
understand.
got
Like
my
there was a lot of
tinfoil hat.
confusion
Yeah.
behind it. We admit that on our end, and this just makes it easier and better for players and being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
Not sure how I feel.
And then the next one. So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sync for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral once you get into the torment. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class, has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. You could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your internal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40, I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that ball lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one.
Yep.
So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really
Auto-magically.
utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And we think this should open up, if you're playing a Druid, you don't have to go make another Druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in
for
PTR, we really need people to actually test it. This is a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before PTR updates. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot about PTR updates. I can't even follow my own agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam. But we do actually do have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because as you guys remember, with 2.1, the prior PTRs, we did character copies before or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy and it was like weeks and weeks in advance and people are like, whoa, this is like my Barb from like, it feels like yesteryear or something like that. Yeah. Now we are giving the flexibility of players being able to account copy on demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters from your normal account and move them over. There are a few caveats we do want to mention, though, is that it does replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times. But each time you do that, it does replace it all. So if you do bounce between, PTR and like your main account on the normal game servers, and let's say you get new gear, you can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe everything on your PTR when you do that. If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over and you actually use the account boost or the character boost that we actually have within PTR, just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those. Yeah. So just be careful with that. We'll make sure to note that all in the blog so players are aware. But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
Definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have for PTR. Obviously, we'll end up having the new unique items within the character boost that will be available in Season 7 PTR. We'll have, witchcraft powers, the witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys want to change before the Season 7 and patch 2.1 actually kicks off. Cool. Now we can go into Q&A. I do want to call out quickly just a reminder that we will have a blog up immediately after the stream for PTR. Patch notes will be next Wednesday. Again, this is due to us streaming a little early for the holidays, just to make sure that everyone was here to do a stream for PTR. And then PTR is planning on starting on December 3rd. So players will be able to jump into PTR then. Of course, it is just PC Battle.net, just easier for us and more flexibility for us to be able to do updates and everything from our end for PTR. But I know we have a question teed up, so if you have questions, please put them in chat. And we will get those, we'll try to address as many as possible for the end of the stream. I have to reach over. There's a plant here that no one can see. But will all the PTR content be available on day one is a question that we probably, we've heard when we announced the PTR stream, and we know that players are probably going to ask, just because with the past PTR, we had
split it out.
Yeah, we did split it out. We will say that all the PTR content will be available day one, so players can jump in and actually check out everything related to patch 2.1 immediately with day one whenever they need to. So shouldn't be a problem. Jumping into some questions, Small Petting Zoo. I know Small Petting Zoo. They're a person that plays a lot of companion druid.
I would imagine based on the name.
So they're asking, will there be fixes to Storm and Werewolf tags given to Druid Wolves by the item Storm's Companion?
Yes.
They have never functioned, would more than double the damage of the build.
Yes, actually, as part of that comprehensive update that I mentioned to summons across the game, I did take a pass to look at specifically updating how the Wolves interact with Storm's Companion. And now, whenever they're imbued with a lightning from Storm's Companion, they do count as lightning skills. And because not to get too technical, but because the way the damage is calculated and attributed, it should also work with all the things that say, hey, when you deal lightning damage, do something special. Your lightning wolves are going to be triggering and interacting with all those effects. It should work in every way that you're expecting to going forward.
Awesome. Shocky pets.
Question from Narrator Dog. How does the Season 7 stuff fit into lore? Because during Vessel of Hatred and the Tree seemed to be on good terms. Dan, I don't know if you want to answer this or if you want me to answer it. Up to you.
Yeah, so I'll say, first off, we're not going to get too deep of an answer. We're going to reveal more about the story as we get closer to the release of Season 7. That said, we are really looking at trying to build upon the events of Vessel of Hatred with every season moving forward. And so you'll start seeing changes in the world as we do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Cool. You'll hear more soon. Again, we plan on doing a more grandiose reveal of Season 7 content and the story as we get closer to the release. So you'll hear more about kind of like the backstory of everything and how the Tree of Whispers plays into everything as well. Question from Toothless81. Is there going to be a rework or cost reduction to masterworking? Veiled crystals have become a huge roadblock with trying to gear multiple alts.
Yeah, I think we are always keeping our eye on the economy. We did a big pass. If you remember, we did a stream last week that was talking about tightening up the economy. So we do intend on taking a look at just generally how things are playing out. I think alts is something that we need to definitely be taking a look at. We do want to encourage alt gameplay. That was part of the big Paragon changes. So that sort of feedback is super valuable. It's really good to know that Veiled Crystals are that alt blocker. We want to make sure that alts are something that players are really excited about if that's something that they want to pursue. So I appreciate that.
Question related to like stacking items. This is from Marwan Gaming. Any plans on the amount that you can stack, like items, potions, like potions, keys, and runes. Wow, I can't read. Any updates, or are we looking at any of that type of thing?
We definitely are looking at it. We don't have anything to share, but it's top of mind. I know that boss materials, for example, are at 50. There are some technical reasons why we have it like that, but it's something we are actively looking at. Dracaronia mentions, do you know if XP wells are getting fixed? And do you know if there's an opportunity for maybe pets collecting loot a little bit faster or anything on the screen for players? I know the XP well definitely has been reported, and it's something we're looking into. So we know about it, we're looking at it. This is part of the PTR, is to find a lot more of these types of problems. So we will look at it. As far as the pets, no plans at the moment. I know we've done a big pass on a lot of things to essentially make sure that like when a rare item drops in Torment, it's just going to get auto salvaged. So we do try and essentially make a lot more of the loot just auto pick upable.
Question from Mags PVE. Will Druid ever see some love for ravens? Would be awesome to have maybe a different companion outside of like the wolves and everything that they have right now, or the vines and stuff. Is there any plans for maybe adjustments to ravens in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. Ravens, one of the three companions compared to the wolves and the vine creeper, which I think are often a bit more of the marquee ones in the companion builds, at least as they currently are. That's something we're definitely aware of, and going forward, when we look to make new effects for these companion builds, I think ravens might be maybe the next one we start looking at, but nothing I can commit to firmly at this point. But it's definitely something that we have noticed, and it's something we'll keep in mind. So we appreciate that.
Part of that summoning tag update was really to sort of give us more tools to do things like improve the Raven experience or the Call of the Ancients experience.
Yeah, I think that summon update is going to be really huge for companion druids and every other build that uses these, and we'll definitely look at it under that new lens after this update and see where we can make further improvements.
We'll do one last question, but this is like a two-parter questions from two different people. One's from Teampo Diablo 4, the other one's from Dejal 22, and they're both related to Armory. Will items in the Armory be locked from accidentally selling them? And separately, will saved items for Armory builds have like maybe an icon or something associated to them to kind of like call them out that they are part of a saved build?
Yeah, so when you do save a loadout, we favorite all of those items. So just automatically that happens.
No mistaken,
yeah, you'd have to unfavorite it, then sell it, and then at that point it's like, well, it's sort of on you. And then the second part is, yes, there is a little icon that does indicate that, hey, this is part of an armory.
Cool. So yeah, that like, hey, this is part of a build. Don't mess with it. Don't accidentally unfavorite it or anything like that, which is good to know. So cool. Well, we again thank you guys for tuning in for our patch 2.1 PTR stream. I know there's a lot of news coming down the line for Diablo 4 as we get closer to 2.1, but we do have a blog that will be going live this afternoon, probably right after this stream. And again, our patch notes, the full patch notes for this PTR will be next Wednesday. So it's a little bit of a delay, mainly due to the holidays and us doing the stream a little bit early. Normally we have the patch notes immediately after the stream. So there's going to be way more content beyond what we just talked about here in those patch notes for people to actually check out. And of course, patch 2.1 PTR is launching on December 3rd for PC Battle.net users. So really looking forward to people jumping in, trying everything that we talked about today, including the new features, including the armory, including all the Season 7 stuff with witchcraft powers and occult gems that we actually heard from Dan as well. So huge thanks to Dan out in Albany. And of course, thank you, Colin. Thank you, Charles, for talking us through all the...
Okay, enough.
A lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Raycast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. and this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains.
Oh no. That's not me.
Of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging
It's not me, right? Like, I'm not the one lagging.
monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
I even turned off low latency.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
Oh, so it's on their end. It's definitely on their end then. Technical difficulties. Wow, look at all these Prime subs going on. Subscribe with Prime. Subscribe. Why are we subscribing with Prime? I need Prime subs like that. Where's my Prime subs? Yeah, the bell is straight up at a D3. I'm gonna mute this for a second. Yeah.
You can rewatch the trailers on YouTube while they're doing this. There was a cinematic and a gameplay trailer. They put them on their YouTube channel.
I'm not sure when it's gonna pop back up, so that is a lot of Prime subs popping up. Like, holy Jesus! They got a lot of people watching. 175,901 is their current total.
Oh yeah.
To put that in perspective, the Diablo 4 PTR had a total of like 5,000, maybe 6,000. That freaking chat is ridiculous, though. Like, what is even going on with this chat? It's absolutely insane. I'm like trying to pay attention to the chat a little bit, but like it's literally blowing by so fast. What's really blowing me back though is not just the chat, it's the how many Prime subs keep popping up. Holy Jesus. They just lost like 25,000 viewers though.
I put the picture of the two videos. One's 2 minutes 40, one's 4:59. Oh, looks like they got it back going.
Precious. Those who
power and tends to harness.
They're skipping around through the video.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Oh, there's a booby. There was a booby.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out, but by endgame you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The Ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2 you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the Ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The Sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this Glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a Sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a Master of the Elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chinchilla can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chinchilla that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's Cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the Breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms, and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting this city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX
Did you just
store.
say $480?
We also have a variety of other supporter packs
No,
filled with
if you
exclusive
spent that, you get it
microtransactions,
for free.
points to spend in the store,
Like in the
and
past
even
game.
physical
It's
items.
only cost $30 for
The
access.
cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being a liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a high priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Ziggy D? this for a second. I mean, I'm impressed with what I've seen. Oh, there you go.
Discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. Design whenever you can.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here, clearly, that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that you feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here. I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right? It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. It's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I
think it's even longer, actually. Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when so even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Is, absolutely.
Pretty
well,
exciting.
as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre. And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Just having 2, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but
yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves. Yes, PoE 1 has 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. It could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just have recycled stuff within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were carefully thought about that fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually good tier quality. And every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that. They really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Those things there, just it's huge, right? Honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean way back, was if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company. You get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is, again, that exact thing of the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made. before everything. The first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing. And that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release, content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's no doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the
that
idea.
people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about like the playing for a week or how long are we expecting.
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE 1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to really. I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos. Ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle,
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think chaos
being the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
We certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, we have to look at it. So, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. Look, 2025, I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 synergies, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of
exciting
got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right,
and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like I was going to ask, what do you folks, what do the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that and like being able to sort of see directly like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE 1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective,
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
I want to play with that thing
to
on
nail
the
down
desk.
when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen.
Can I
that a
play
lot
with
where
the thing
you
on the
folks have
desk? I
been
want to play with the
willing
thing on
to
the
change
desk.
and then rechange
With
and
the
rechange
puzzle
again.
box?
Some
I
of
wanna
the
play
features
with the
like
box.
flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping
They
that
did send
kind of
that out
mindset
to
going into the beta.
streamers.
Then,
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to
did?
change stuff. Like that flask thing.
Yeah.
Like the most recent
It's
change to that was like
basically
ultra recent.
a puzzle box
like
that once you
I
solve
don't
it
have we even
and open it,
had
you
like
get to create
a closed
unique
beta
item,
of
you get
that
to
yet.
design one.
Was it? No, I think
For
we
the
haven't.
game.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at endgame, I don't think it was really that
Piano.
satisfying either, because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using in
pretty happy they
endgame.
got rid of that.
And then we
Nobody
kind of
liked
tried to
doing
band-aid
that.
this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
you have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around. I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then, that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not
Of course.
necessarily.
So we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much. Too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
Okay, this is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. Mm-hmm. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. And we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we
don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Or
liking
maybe that's
my
okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this from he's
Stay away from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and it there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Indie belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 league launch, PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. Effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's this interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the Sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. We've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So more on the narrative side, we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of text on them as well. And for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. and the ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
$480.
Like, as an action RPG,
and they don't even pay the
care too much
shipping
about plot,
on the physical
but I do
items.
want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool. I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
$480
And it sounds like
plus
there's
shipping.
more of that going on as well, which is great.
Well, the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character. And so like
cool.
All of a sudden it's like we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow. And so now I'm like, we're definitely come on. We have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy. Like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like with our character classes.
Who's talking about Amazon free shipping like heaven? We're just talking about $480, and they can't even include the shipping in the cost. I ain't say it was $10. I ain't say it was $30. I ain't say it was $60. It's $480, Joy. $480. That's half of somebody's rent check. And they gonna make you pay shipping on every single item. That's 3 items. That's shipping on 3 items. So that's gonna be like close to $550 by the time you pay all the shipping.
It's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah,
it's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool. Which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
So you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial. And
I mean, don't get me wrong. You don't have to buy the supporter pack. Obviously, the entire purpose of buying the supporter pack is to support the game. But it does seem rather chintzy to have a pack that's literally almost $1,000 and then charge you extra for a bunch of other stuff. It's like it'd be like if you went to the bank, you know, or to go to repair your car, and they're like, "Oh, it's gonna be like $1,000," and you're like, "Sure, it's 1,000?" Like, yeah, and then you get there, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's actually 1,000 plus tax, plus we had service fees, and plus we also had to, you know, like drive your car around the back, so we had to pay the hobo to do it, and then also there was a, you know, like valve stems, you needed some valve stems, and they're like, so it's actually gonna be $1,500, and you're like, but you literally just told me it was $1,000, like."
Choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine.
This talk is so boring at the end. I don't know what they're doing here.
It's funny because I know
like they had a good lead up.
Also there are
like they had a lot of cool stuff they showed off, and like I feel like this talk is just like really super boring.
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice.
I mean, I like what I saw with the game. Like I know I'm being facetious when I'm talking about like the supporter packs. Obviously, you can just do the $30 pack. If you don't got no money, you can do the $30 pack. I just think it's pretty funny they charge and shipping on a $480 pack. That seems rather silly. You'd think for at least for almost $500, you think you'd at least get some free shipping involved. But the game looks good. It looks ridiculously complicated. It looks so complicated it's not even funny. Like the amount of complexity there is absolutely insane. They even said it in the thing they were talking. They're like it'll take like 2 weeks for like anybody to even like get to the point where they feel like they know anything. You know, like it's gonna take you 2 weeks before you can even like, you know, make a decision on like what character you want to play or whatever. I mean. I mean, some people are like hyping up the infinite like complexity here, but like, let's be perfectly honest. Let's talk about this exactly for what it is, okay? The more complex you make a game, the more dead elements that will surface. And this is a very true statement that can be applied to just about any game. Complexity is one thing, but the other side of the equation is that as you create more and more complex elements, you also have more and more dead elements. Things that basically have absolutely no purpose whatsoever in the game. Things that just like sort of like disappear into the background, but for some reason are still part of the game. Proof in the pudding is Path of Exile's unique system that's currently in Path of Exile 1, which is absolutely like enthralled and filled with dead uniques that basically have no purpose in the game whatsoever. They're just like there. Like it's like a unique graveyard of things that have absolutely no purpose within the game. I mean, if you compare that to like Diablo 2, there's very few uniques in Diablo 2 that don't have like an actual real purpose within the way that the game functions. Maybe they're mid-tier uniques, maybe they're low-level uniques, but like they all have like their purposes with like maybe like a handful that don't. But there's like a majority of the uniques, like in Path of Exile 1, are just considered to be like dead uniques that have absolutely no purpose. And the same thing is going to happen for this giant skill system that they have. Is they're going to have like this giant skill system is obviously going to have winners. Like there's going to be winners, and that's obvious. But there's also going to be a whole lot of losers. There's going to be a ton of losers in the skill system, like things that just don't work out properly, and they just never are. Maybe they come in a couple patches later. Maybe you have 3 or 4 patches come by, and maybe it gets enough of a loving touch to make it worthwhile. But like. There's gonna be losers in the system, and there's gonna be winners, and it always feels bad in systems like this that are really complex when you latch on to a specific skill. I mean, you know, let's just make up a skill. We'll call it like the quasi starburst, right? All right, so the quasi starburst skill, and you absolutely love this skill, like it's your favorite skill. You love it, right? But then as it turns out, when you get into the end game, you realize the quasi starburst just doesn't really have the damage output or the single target or whatever. And no matter how you augment it, no matter how you like mess around with it, it's just never going to work. right? And so then it just basically relegates itself to a dead skill. I mean, D4 has dead skills. D2 has some dead skills. Like, all games have dead skills, but the more complex you make the game, the more dead skills you're going to have, and it always feels really bad when you level up these dead skills, or when they just never work out, right? It's like your favorite skill ever, and it just never really works. I mean, I can give examples. Like, I always really liked, Firewall, but Firewall in Diablo 2 just really wasn't the most amazing skill out there. It's not an amazing one. Like, it's good, it's decent, like, it's a nice leveler. It's never really been considered meta. Like, Endgame, like, most people don't use Firewall anymore. Like, it's kind of decent for leveling up a little bit, but for the most part, like, Firewall just has never really been the crazy skill that it probably could be, except for in that one patch during, like, the alpha or the beta, where they, like, accidentally buffed it up a whole lot, and then they nerfed it the next patch because it was too overpowered. I mean, it looks crazy in complexity. Like, I'll say that much. From what they've explained, all the different systems that they have, the fact that all the characters can use all the different skills. Obviously, you can also get additional sockets with that one class where you can socket gems directly into yourself. I mean, I've basically just been soaking it in. I know I've been quiet, but, like, I'm also trying to let them talk. This interview is, like, super boring, though. I don't even feel bad about muting it. The endgame system looks ridiculously complex, too. I mean, it seems kind of neat that they have two different areas, unlike Diablo 4, which doesn't have any areas, like, for, like, your AoE clear characters. It seems like they're trying to create two different areas, like one for your AoE clear characters and one for your single target characters, which is nice. I mean, they're only starting out with, like, the classes that they had. Out of the classes that they showed, the monk looked really good. Just functionally looked really interesting. Like, just building that would be insane. I can see a lot of potential in that character. I mean, the Sorceress looked like the generic Sorceress from basically every game I've ever played. So, I mean, if you enjoy Sorceresses, it looks like that one's going to be a very fun Sorceress type character. I was kind of disappointed that I didn't see, like, a holy archetype, but there was a shield wielding, like, warrior. So at least there's that. Instead of a necromancer, they had, like, can't remember what they called it, like an occultist, which is actually a nod back to Hellgate London, if you guys are unaware. The occultist in Hellgate London was specifically designed around, like, summoning and things like that. It looks like they just straight up copied the occultist from Hellgate London, which is not a bad thing. It was kind of a fun class. If you guys have no clue what I'm talking about, beep. See if I can find an image of the occultist. Yeah, this is the occultist. Look, there's a book. I didn't know there was a book. And the occultist could summon forth, like, demons and things like that, and had, like, a little demon pet, and there was some other things that he could summon. It was basically like the summoner of that particular game. Hellgate London was made by the D2 devs, by the way.
Just bricking your item. So, that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
They are Valobs are more forgiving though. Like,
they are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment, yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. Yeah. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens, but. For just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers.
One thing that I'm kind of concerned about, and I was as they were explaining things, I was like, like, holy crap! Like, what is the storage space going to look like on this game? Dude, they literally showed off so many different items, like craftables and, like, clickables and, like, little things, little tablets and all this other bull crap that you can collect and, like, put it. Like, I was having, like, a an inventory space meltdown, like just watching them explain like time after time. It'd be like, imagine if we were playing Diablo 2, right? And I'm like, okay, there's runes in the game that you're going to want to collect. Okay, there's 33 different runes. All right, you're like, okay. And you're like, okay, there's also gems. You're going to want to collect the gems. There's like 7 different types of gems. And then there's also like different classifications of those gems. And like, well, I just collect the highest ones? No, you're going to want all of them because you're going to need them for like specific recipes. All right, then there's going to be tablets that you're going to collect. All right, and then you're also going to want to hang on to like all the individual like materials that you're going to use to like change around the tablets. And then there's also going to be maps, so you're going to collect those. And like, and by the time you're done, you've got like an inventory tab dedicated to runes, an inventory tab dedicated to gems, an inventory tab dedicated to crafting materials, an inventory tab dedicated to freaking maps, an inventory tab dedicated to tablets, an inventory tab dedicated to shards, an inventory, like it seems to me, and I have no clue how the inventory space system is going to work in this game, but like just looking at it from the outside as a person who's played many ARPGs, that seems like a whole lot of shit, pardon my French, to like sit there and have to like manage and micromanage inside of a stash tab, like a stash system, like at all. I mean, at a certain point, it doesn't even become, do I have the stash space? It becomes like, do I want to spend the time organizing and like putting all this stuff inside of like 82,000 boxes? I mean, let's take Minecraft as an example. In Minecraft, there is no limit to the amount of stash space that you have. You can have as much stash space as you would like. There is an infinite number of chests that you can craft, essentially. And, then you can put your equipment and your items in those chests. You can even have hoppers, like auto-sort the chests into different things, right? But, like, at a certain point, like, when you're playing Minecraft, you just have too many chests. Like too many areas, too many zones, too many encampments or castles or whatever, right? And there's too many chests in every single one, and eventually you just lose track of where your items are. Like you're just, where's my stuff? I don't know, in one of my 7,352 chests spread across the entire world. I mean, it seems a little overwhelming in the amount of items that you're going to have to hold on to in this game, but just to be able to function as a character. Like re-rolling equipment, like adding stats to equipment, having the like corruption stuff, like getting the tablets, modifying the tablets, the runes, they got pretty much just like 1,000 different things in here that you're gonna have to hold on to and put into your stash and hang on to for when you need it. Unless they've got some sort of currency tab in here where a lot of this stuff is gonna like just push into the currency tab and then you can take it out of the currency tab when you need it, but like. And then we're also going to be collecting the unique items, hanging on to specific pieces of equipment that we want for our characters. I'm assuming that like one of the major ways that they make money in this game is probably in the process of buying additional storage tabs.
That is like definitely out there. And then one thing that's, more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope, for example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And, but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics. And we've tried to make them, like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things.
There you go. I just did like a precursory search. I just wanted to see if anybody was complaining about it. So this is Path of Exile 1. This isn't even Path of Exile 2. It is painfully obvious that the inventory space is too small for the number of items that drop in-game. If you do the Chaos recipe, you have to take all 6 portals to clean inventory. Even if you don't pick up rares in endgame juiced maps, you won't have enough space to store all the important loot that drops like 6-socket items. It's really frustrating having to portal out and in during mapping. Can we get an option where we can choose 1 to 3 quad stash tabs that link with our inventory space, so when your inventory is full, all extra items picked up automatically get put in the quad stash tab of your choice? What? Quad stash tabs. Why do I have a feeling if I play this game, I'm just going to be spending tons of money on stash tabs?
It opens up the world to what you can do. And same, like the
cost?
Genuine
$5 a piece?
Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and
so
you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah. I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
you
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly,
about like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and just didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come up with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. We've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
For sure.
yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day zero, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, well, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like it's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then,
so
and my flame wall friend,
and this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like the some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah, like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like in Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor.
I'm just looking at the tabs. Like that's probably why I remember them talking about this. They were like, oh, the people who bought PoE 1 are going to want all their tabs. They're not going to like it if they can't get their tabs. Like I don't know what the limit is on the tabs, but this is a lot of money in tabs. Like, this is a lot of money. Like you're talking about anywhere between like it's 40 gems for like one tab, or 40 whatever these are coins for one tab. And it's, I mean, some of these tabs are kind of cool. Like there's a currency stash tab, which I think everybody would probably want. I'm definitely assuming that doesn't come with your account. There's also this really cool one down here, which is the unique collection tab, which, you know, that's pretty neat too. But looking up on PoE, it looks like you get 4 stash tabs to begin with. That's what you get. And just a precursory look, people are saying exactly what I said, you know, originally, that 4 is not enough. Like, I mean, I was talking about all the things that they were showing off, all the various collectibles that they're showing off, all the currency that they're showing off, the tabs, you know, like the runes, all the little things that you put into the sockets and so forth and so on. And I'm like, there's no way there's enough space in the world for this. And like, I think I'm absolutely 100% correct. Like you're not storing those items anywhere. Like within the base game, you're going to need tabs, and you're going to have to purchase tabs. And it kind of sucks. Like I played a game like that one time, a long time ago. Lord of the Rings Online, for those of you guys who don't know, used to be a MMO that was paid to play. And then eventually it went free to play. And when it went free to play, what they did is they cut up all the inventory tabs and they gave you less than what you needed. So if you logged in and you tried to play the free to play version, you never had enough inventory space. Like it just wasn't even a thing. Like you just had no inventory space by comparison to like somebody who had the paid version. And you could slowly buy back the stash tabs and you could get all these stuff back, and eventually you would end up around where you were supposed to be. But it seems to me like, looking at this is where they're getting most of their money right here, is because when you play the game, you're going to want more space. Like it's as simple as that. You're going to play, if you're going to like invest time in the game, you're going to want more space. You're going to want that unique collection tab. You're going to want that currency tab. You're going to want all that stuff. And just looking at like how much their currency costs, it's basically For every 100 points, that's $10. So in other words, 10 points is $1. So for every 10 points, it's $1, right? So that's $4. That's $4. That's another $4. That's what is that? $7.50. That's $1.50. That's $15. That's $5. That's $4. That's $15. That's $7.50. That's 40. It's $4. $4. $3. That's $14. That's $20. That's $15. That's $40. I mean, you're gonna want like some of these by default. Like maybe you don't need all of them. Like I'm not gonna say that, but like the unique collection tab, like pretty much everybody's probably gonna want that. Most of the people who play the game are gonna want to collect the uniques. It gives you space for all the uniques, so you can put them in there. So that's $14 right off the bat. You're probably also going to want the currency stash tab because judging by the PoE 2, like you are definitely going to want the currency stash tab, 100%. So let's almost add that in there too. So let's say 75 plus 140. So now we're sitting at what is that? 215. If my quick math is correct. So you got 215 there. Then there's one for fragments. So you're probably going to want that too. So that's another 150. So 150, and we just add this to there. So that's like 290. Like if you add those two together, and then of course you're probably just going to want extra space in general. There's a whole stash tab just for your maps, by the way. Which judging by what they were talking about with all the little doojanks, all the little tomes, and like the runes, and like what do they call them? The tablets, and then they got like all the different things like. Yes, you're probably going to need that too. I mean, when they said $480 and it was a really oddly specific amount of money, this is probably what it means. It's probably the people that bought like a whole bunch of stash tabs, like multiple stash tabs. I mean, I would disagree. I don't think that statement is entirely accurate. I think the statement is you do need the extra space. Judging from the comments that I've seen on the internet, a lot of people were talking about like trying to play free and that there was basically no way they could hold on to everything that they needed to actually achieve what they needed to. Like when the one guy was talking about the chaos, he's like, I can't really hold on to everything that I need. I got to make constant trips back to town. But he was talking about like having multiple stash tabs in town as well. Like some people are just saying that you don't have enough room to actually hang on to everything that you need to, which means that no, you can't get away with the free version of the game. Maybe in the beginning you can, because in the beginning you won't have access to all of these things, but when you start to get toward the end game, you're not going to have enough stash space to hold on to this with the default 4 stash tabs. So, I mean, if you are going to play PoE 2, you're probably going to invest into this and purchase tabs. That's pretty much all there is to it. I mean, this is just me. Because I'm probably going to be playing this for early access. So, don't take it the wrong way as if I'm like trying to talk myself out of it. I'm probably going to play this for early access, right? So I'm probably going to purchase the unique collection tab. I'm probably going to purchase the currency tab. I'm probably going to purchase the, where is it? The premium stash tab bundle. Which includes like colors and all sorts of other things that I can use to mark my tabs and actually make them like visible. Like there's some of these that I think are just like they're pretty much mandatory. Like if I really want to play and I really want to invest time into this game, they're mandatory.
So this is what happens with PoE. This comes from someone who's played many seasons, 3,000 hours. You basically play the game. If you like it, then you buy tabs, because then you're like, okay, I'm going to collect more items. I'm going to play this game a lot of hours. I'm going to need the tabs. You don't need the tabs to play the game in the most strictest sense of I can play the game, see if I like it. I can get to the end
game. Booting up from the beginning, I don't think you're going to need all the stash tabs. But like,
no, you don't need anything.
But it will always get to a point where you're trying to collect the items and you're not going to have enough space.
And you know what I view that as? I view it as actually buying the game at that point. It's like, okay, I like this game. I'm going to buy the game. Because I've never spent more than $60 in this game. And that's even too much. I have so many tabs that I'll never use them. So, like, basically, you don't need them, but if you like the game, you buy them, and then you have them. It's like you bought the game for $60. Most games are $70 or more,
No, I
and this game
understand.
doesn't charge for expansions. So D4 was 70 base, $40 base expansion.
I mean, I'm not arguing the price of the game. I'm just like, like when people think about a game as free to play, they think like, hey, I can boot it up, I can play it for free, I don't have to spend any money. What I'm trying to point out here is that I don't think that's the case with this game. I think that yes, you could. It's like a demo, like it's free to try. I'll say that, free to try. But like if you actually plan on playing this game, it is not free to play. Like I don't think you're getting away without spending money on these stash tabs. I think once you get into the game, you can try it out for free. You fill up all 4 of your stash tabs. You sit there and like you see an item on the ground and you can't pick it up, and that's the point at which you realize the game is not free to play. It's free to try. And then you can purchase some stash tabs and you can like make your character, like have room to actually do what you need to do within the game. But like, I just want to stress that point because people might be looking to get into the game and they're like, oh, well, it's free. And this is definitely not free. Like I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at what they showed us, how many items that you have to collect, all the little currency things, all the little tablets, and all the little other things that they talked about. And I was paying attention. I mean, I was pretty quiet for the entire time because I don't know anything about this PoE 2. And I was just kind of like, just absorbing it all. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that you ain't got enough space in the universe for all the stuff that they want you to collect. So you're going to be purchasing a lot of tabs. Like I would even say that just as a rough estimate from what I saw them represent, you're probably going to need to drop anywhere between $100 to $200 on tabs. Like just to get everything that they said, collect all the stuff that they were talking about, like have it all nice and neatly arranged in your inventory and not like pull your hair out because it's all in the wrong places. And that, of course, is including the unique collection tab, which I don't know if that's present in PoE 2, but the unique collection tab would be a mandatory for me as well because I'm going to want to hang on to all the uniques, and having a place for every single one of the uniques is amazing. I wish they'd do something like this in Diablo 4. I mean, I would pay for a unique collection tab in just about any game that I played, just because it would give me the ability to hang on to one of every single unique, even if that unique is the most garbage tier unique that you've ever seen in your life. It's just a nice little addition to the game. It's like I'd even be fine with not even being able to take them out of the tab and just have like, it'd just be like an achievement. You just drop it in there and it's just in there forever. Let's try this. Let's see if we can get some responses from people who play the game. This guy asked, how many tabs do you have and how many tabs do you need? This was 3 years ago. I have 2 quad tabs and a few normal tabs other than standard where everything is a mess. That is usually more than I need for a league. Currency tab, map tab, divinization card tab, fragment tab. I think they're pretty mandatory since they would take up so much space without it. This other guy responds, 3 quad tabs, 7 or 8 smaller ones, essence, deli, cards, currency, delve, metamorph, fragments, and map tab. I have 1 of each specialty tab, 2 quad tabs, upgraded my free tabs to premium to color and rename them. 1 quad is a dump, 2nd was consumables and incubators and prophecies, 3 premium tabs for a shop, exalted, chaos, 5C fixed price for anything in the last. Before 1 tab was quality flasks and quality gems. We'll get the specialty tabs for those. Harvest crafting, a rip tab for bricks, 2 exalt shard influence tabs, a tab that holds old gear, usually from early league. Any tabs I can't think of get used for whatever as I need them. God, holy Jesus. I have the most special tabs, most of the special tabs, except the last few that were released, 2 extra currency tabs, and about 80 premium tabs, of which around 60 to 65 stay empty every league. The priority would be currency, map, 1 premium to trade, fragment, I think. After that, it depends on what content you interact with. Yes, color and renaming is extra. That was down here. We just talked about that. Premium stash tab bundle. Add 6 extra premium tabs to your shared stash at discounted price. Premium tabs can have their name and color changed whenever you want. That's what they're talking about. They talked about that a couple times. So premium tabs are renameable, etc. Like they have specific like abilities. Like you can name them, you can color them, you can do all sorts of things to them.
Yeah, you can set a price. So if you're like trading items, you can put like one tab. You can set them all at like 5 chaos or whatever. Every item you put in there is listed on the market for 5 chaos, as an example.
I've spent about $65 on tabs, all on sale. So we waited for the sales.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm sort of satisfied with my space, but not super
I've never needed more, man. And you know how much a hoarder I am in D4. Like I collect every item and I hold every item. I've never needed more. Like I have too much.
I am at about 100 tabs total. Yes, I'm a bit of a packing rat, but I'm very well organized. Past few leagues, I'm in standard. In leagues, if I play, I get by using 5 to 6 tabs total besides the usual utility ones. Wait a minute. What does he mean? In the leagues, he only has 5 to 6 tabs. What does that mean? He has 100 tabs, but when he plays the league, he only has 5 to 6 tabs. Do you got to buy?
He only needs 5 to 6 per league. So standard is eternal.
Oh.
So they have forever items, like
Okay.
10 years worth of items is standard. When you play a league, he's saying he only uses 5 to 6, which is the same as me.
I was
I
worried
played
for a
like
second.
10 leagues.
I
You
was
don't need
worried for
any-
a second there that he was saying that like the tabs reset when the league starts. Buy all your tabs
No.
again.
No. You can even set them up before a league. So you can actually set your tabs up, organize them, name them, color them, all that jazz. And when a league starts, you get the same kind of like skeleton in the league start. And it's all named and colored and set up.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I know it's a free-to-play game. Free-to-play game. And obviously we paid for Diablo 4, so most of the stuff that we paid for in Diablo 4 is already in Diablo 4, like coloring the tabs and giving them icons and like, you know, whatever. Like that's in the base game, so they're charging you extra for that stuff. The reason why I'm looking through here is I just kind of wanted to see what people were saying for this game. But the thing is it's not Path of Exile. It's Path of Exile 2. And honestly, it looks like Path of Exile 2 has more things to collect than Path of Exile 1. I mean, that looked... The number of items that they showed was absolutely insane. 2 quads, 11 premium, a currency map, fragments, essence, blight, metamor, delirium. I simply wanted to be able to color all my stash tabs, otherwise it would only be 7 premium.
Yeah, the unique tab is awesome because you literally just dump all the uniques in there and you don't have to worry about them. And you can search on them.
Yeah,
and,
like I said, it's mandatory. Like I said that when I was talking about it. Mandatory. It's like a mandatory tab.
Mhm.
You might as well just not even like it. That's included in the price of the game. So
I agree. That's why I would say the same thing you said. PoE is free to try. If you're actually going to invest time into it and play season after season and you like the game, you're going to buy tabs. You will spend money because you're going to realize if you actually like go into the end game, yeah, I need this stuff.
But the problem is that it's a difference in like functionality. Like, I mean, we're talking about a difference between setting up a game deliberately so that, you know, like you can play it, and setting up a game deliberately so that you can't play it. I mean, imagine if you started Diablo 2 and instead of them giving you 4 stash tabs, they gave you like a half of 1 stash tab. And then they were like, well, you can buy all the rest for $5 a piece. And then like you play the game, and surely enough, you realize that like the amount of space that you have just isn't enough, and you have to buy the tabs to be able to play. Like there's a big difference between like having 4 stash tabs in Diablo 2 and them offering you more when 4 is enough, and then more is like basically you just being greedy and being a pack rat. Whereas like them not offering you enough space and then basically saying, well, if you want to actually like play the game, you're going to need more space. So like, you know, buy tabs or just suffer.
Yeah. But Diablo 4 was what, $40 box copy, and then expansion was another $40, so $80 back then, 20 years ago.
Yeah, but you can still make money off tabs without like deliberately engineering the game around you not having enough inventory space.
I think it's just a certain amount of hours you would get out of the tabs that they give you. That's what it comes down to. Is how many hours of gameplay equals the tabs they give you by default.
I mean, the discourse, Stephen, is the difference between designing a free-to-play game that can be played and designing a free-to-play game that can't be played. Like, if it comes down to that distinction, I mean, basically you have to write it as thus, right? Like, if I played, let's use World of Tanks. World of Tanks is probably one of the best free-to-play games that I've ever played. In World of Tanks, you do not need premium. You do not need premium tanks. You don't need anything. Like, you can legitimately play the game, from start to finish without ever needing anything on the store. So, like, there is absolutely nothing from the store that is required. Nothing required to be purchased. Now, it is a little bit slower. You know, obviously they give like some speed advantages to the people who pay money. But like for the most part, the game is designed around the idea that everyone can play and you don't have to purchase anything to play. Path of Exile 2 seems to be, or even Path of Exile 1, they seem to be on the opposite spectrum, which is it's, you know, like, let's design the free-to-play experience to be subpar, where you need to purchase items to compete. Which is the exact opposite of the way that you would generally want your free-to-play game to be designed. I mean, granted, if you want to support the game and you want to spend money, then you're going to get the good experience. But if you're on the other end of the spectrum, which is where you're not spending money, or maybe you're just like a kid who doesn't have money, then you're just going to have a subpar experience. So money equals full game, and no money equals subpar game, where you literally can't even like collect all the items that you're trying to collect. It's just it's going to be two completely different experiences if you go in with no money and you go in with money. Whereas in World of Tanks, it's a completely different thing. If you go in with no money, like, you're still playing the same game as everyone else. You're still playing with everybody else. Like, there's no general, like, downside to it. They even, in World of Tanks, they even offer ways for you to obtain, like, garage slots and things like that. You know, like, just within, like, the all the special events and stuff. I can't even count how many free tanks and, like, garage slots I got from, like, special events like Christmas and holidays and whatnot that had absolutely no monetary like encouragement whatsoever. It was literally just like, come play the game and you'll get like a free slot. You know, come play the game and we'll give you a free tank. You know, like, come play the game and we'll give you like a, you know, a free garage slot and a free tank. And then we'll give you another free garage slot too, because we know the tank that we're going to give you is going to take up one of your garage slots. Honestly, the worse you are at a game, the worse you are, the more stash space you need. the more terrible you are, the more stash space you need. And why is this? The reasoning for this is very simple. It's because the players that actually know what they're doing, that are more, you know, competent, are going to know what to keep and what to throw away. The person who doesn't know what to keep and what to throw away is going to be hanging on to things that should not be kept, which means that their space is going to be less efficient. So their stash space ends up being less efficient in general. Terrible at the game means less nods, yeah. So the more terrible you are, the less you understand of what to keep and what not to keep. This also kind of works in reverse too, because also when you're terrible at the game, sometimes you throw away things that you should keep, which is also kind of poopy.
Upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block,
or
shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously
Yeah.
a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Had where one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing, you know, like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety, you know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like the, you know, like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the, you know, particular maps, you know, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you know, like you've both got controllability, but also you know, the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, you know, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, you know, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, you know, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map? Like,
so effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like, you know, choosing what you want is
choices.
easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah,
as
so you
well.
can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that you know, like a lot of the time it's like, you know, go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D, kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, you know, more iconic things you find. But this,
I kind of want to watch this trailer that I missed. The opening cinematic. I totally missed the opening cinematic. Oh, my dear Lord Jesus, I don't care about you right now, too, buddy. Calm your tits.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack!
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
Crispy.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
On my back, Rookie! Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not! Run!
Oh.
Captain! Captain! Captain!
Why are you here? What is it? Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
I like the trailer. It was a good trailer.
Cover me, cover me, cover.
That was a good trailer. I like that trailer. I liked it. They still talking? Holy Jesus!
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting and from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and
camera illusion is
or
like
or on bossing content,
showing.
if you want to, or on breaches, or
the what?
Your background, like your green screen, is like kind of messing up.
Oh yeah, it's just a brightness thing. So it happens all the time whenever it transitions from daylight to nighttime. It has to do with the brightness. So like as the brightness is going up or down, it like messes with it. Only thing I can do is go in here and like manually adjust it. It was daytime when the stream started. Okay, it's been 5 hours. I've been sitting here listening to these people for 5 hours. I mean, honestly, it seems like I'm going to have to get in and like actually play around with Path of Exile 2. It kind of sucks that Path of Exile 2 is looks like it's coming out around the same exact time as like a lot of the other things.
strongboxes and essences. And
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like
So
that coming back
initially,
as well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree.
What is it, the 6 for Path of Exile 2?
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff.
So
So
we
it
got
doesn't
like
have
3
a progression
days
system,
into
you
the
just run into
PTR.
randomly, because that's fun too.
December
and
3rd.
we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like the
And I'm pretty sure that
like not expected.
I don't know
There's
when
stuff on the
Diablo 2
core
Resurrected
industry.
Season 9 is
Yeah, so
coming
you can
out.
kind of,
Like
see more of that if you want
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Yep.
I think D2R Season 9
And-
is
and
like
often
lost in
mods
the
on the
shuffle at
items
this
as well.
point.
On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Did they finally release
Yes,
a,
I've had to keep
no, they
thinking,
still haven't
kind of
released a
correcting
blog
myself
post.
about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely
They've
call
been
them maps
smarter
all the
to
time.
release
The thing is
season
the only
9
reason why it doesn't
like
make sense thematically
this
is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone
Yeah.
can
Today,
take you to
or
anywhere.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
The what?
It should have started tomorrow, D2, because then you at least have 2 weeks.
I mean, they said it was going to be like toward the end of November, but then like then later there was another post that said something about like not until like December or something. I don't know. Who is it? Ziggy D? I don't know who Ziggy D is. Who's Ziggy D?
He's a content creator. They always have him on because I think he lives near there. Like he's from New
Ah.
Zealand.
He's easy to have on.
He's easy. Yeah, he's always doing the interview after every like league announcement. So this is kind of like their Campfire format. They'll show a trailer, then they'll talk specifics about the league. They'll show the mechanics, the new items, blah blah blah, the patch. You know, kind of like the Campfire. And then they always end with an interview with Ziggy D, where he asks like questions.
Huh. Well, I gotta admit, like their original, the presentation on in the first part was on point. I feel like they went over things properly. I feel like they talked about pretty much everything they needed to. Like they showed off all the relevant features and like talked about like various things. And then we got to this part and it was just like This is just dragging out. Like they're not asking specific questions. They're not like, I don't really know how to put it.
I never watched the interviews with him.
It's like I'm watching a conversation between like a diesel mechanic and a gas mechanic, and like they're talking about like inside diesel mechanic jokes, and like it's really boring. I'm a gamer, and this is
These more
boring.
grand hunts for them as opposed to just
Oh,
like,
it's so
I'm like
good
in a
in this.
city and there's a rare spider, you know? You can just get way more epic and way more, you know, involved and with all the new art and so
Ooh.
much stuff to like.
A bestiary too that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action to that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but
Yeah.
there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like
Oh, yeah.
we've got
So there's stuff coming
there's
already.
stuff coming along. It's just
Wow.
a question of like when we actually get
That's
there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you're like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing you're cemented in your mind of like oh, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item
Exactly,
as well.
exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You
a
are
few
still
times.
reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got
that does
but that stuff
add
is
remove.
higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game
It's not
thing. Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like, make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they
so
are
effectively-
farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant this stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, you know, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easy to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like you know issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, you know, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the you know the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, you know, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and you know and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. And you know, I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it firstly, and then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance. And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, you know. So
So I was worried that you know some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
yeah,
when that
effectively. So
happens.
like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, that like, oh, like it feels intentional, right? Like, oh, I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. You know, like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just you know, it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. So you know that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
Yep, the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and you know and you will definitely find more things, and
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's
example.
how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like, a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like, you never get to an area and don't see some, unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently. We got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
Incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like, were more engaged in Endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaustion?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
we just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capability?
I mean, it's an interesting question, but I guess I could come back with another question, Jin, which is, if I didn't like PoE 1, what makes you think that I won't like PoE 2? I mean, Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 are two completely different games. I love Diablo 2. I love Diablo 1. I hate Diablo 3. I love Diablo 4. Right? So, like, there's no guarantee that Diablo 3 is going to be equal to Diablo 4 because that's not the case. So, Diablo 3 does not equal Diablo 4. So, the answer to your question, it should be very simple, is that the hope is that PoE 2 does not equal PoE 1. In other words, the hope is that there is enough of a departure between the two that they fix the majority of the problems between the two games so that PoE 2 rises above PoE 1, not following in the same footsteps. And it looks like it's a completely designed new game. Like, he talked about it originally. He was like, originally PoE 2 just started as like an upgrade for PoE 1, but eventually it got to the point where it was like its whole new entity. And that's what interests me, because it's not just PoE 1 with extra feathers. It's PoE 2, which could potentially be completely different from PoE 1. Undoubtedly, it will keep some of the core concepts from the game. Nobody's going to say that that's not the case. And I don't hate everything about PoE 1. I just don't particularly like the game as it is right now. Why would you be surprised? Do you know how many times I tried Path of Exile 1? 4 separate times. I tried PoE 1. I have 4 separate times. Like, I tried to come back to it. It's never really caught with me. But, I mean, that doesn't mean I won't give Path of Exile 2 a try. If I hate PoE and I gave PoE 4 tries, you don't think I'll at least give PoE 2 one try? That seems rather silly. That seems rather silly indeed.
Many divines, and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, beyond trivial. Yeah. So, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, each to their own, that to be seen, and,
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode presumably even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo stuff.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great.
Right.
Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
Yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. So,
We're actually taking questions.
Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than N players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard to
You're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
now,
again. So
in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE 1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now, now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing, and so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire, or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep.
In
Now,
PoE
it's worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change
wonder
it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player,
he's 100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah,
with it.
That'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD,
right.
Even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. Yeah, it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
feeling
it's a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE 1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go just to start thinking. Just start thinking about that.
It's a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly,
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. but it's
Yeah.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
to retreat and move in and out.
I
So,
fell in love with the monk
that's,
playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
that's
say.
interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class. It's
I don't
really
know.
cool.
I've been loving the mercenary, but to me, it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe,
and
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it.
You don't have that
I really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So it's just whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. It's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that Monk and then Warrior had the highest satisfaction
Yes, Warrior,
levels. And
Warrior's
I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're
I was
looking
like,
for...
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah, yeah.
2 melee classes.
Exactly,
right there.
exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but I mean,
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
Yeah, melee.
I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to be Sorceress and then just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to hear some
I'll play.
Sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
Right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, right. I noted. I liked that. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenadier. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I know what. Some sort of monk trigger build, obviously, is always just going to be fun to
Yeah,
play
they
around
have so many
with
of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind
Yeah.
and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still,
you know,
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. Well, thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means
So
we can actually
good.
have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap it up,
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly,
You can't have patch
exactly.
notes.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and
No,
thank you very much.
Thanks
Great.
heaps. Appreciate it. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
Yeah, true.
sorry.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. That's all.
Alright.
I assume
The
we're
patch notes,
faded
I don't
out.
even know.
Cut.
Enough
You
to
never
like
know.
even understand what the patch notes are.
Because when they do these streams for each season and they have patch notes, everyone's waiting for the stream to end for the patch notes to go up on the website.
Yeah.
So they're always like in this interview saying, patch notes when, like hurry up and end it. Like they basically want this to be over so they can read the patch notes.
I see. I don't even know where they post the patch notes.
It'd just be on their website. Obviously,
Is
there's
it
no
for
patch
PoE
notes.
1 or is this for PoE 2?
There's no patch notes for PoE 2 because it's launching as a game.
They launch PTR patch notes and stuff for like Diablo 4 before it ever comes out.
That's the joke they just made, at least.
I don't know. That last part was rather boring.
Patch
There was a
notes
couple
when?
little nuggets of information in there. Like, I mean, first off, I can tell you for a fact that the developers actually play their own game.
Oh yeah.
Which is something that I don't think I can say for some other games. I don't think that the developers do play a lot of their own games. Like, I honestly don't think that most of the D4 developers play their own game. There's that one guy with the long hair who always wears like the unkempt shirts and stuff. Like, he obviously plays his own game. Like, I mean, he plays the game. I can tell he plays the game. I don't think the rest of them do more than like precursory, like I logged in and I got like a character leveled up. Woo! And then like I got a couple uniques. All right. I mean, like really low level playing. It's they're actually playing the game, which is interesting. I mean, there's definitely that. At the very least. Let's boot Diablo back up. I mean, I look at a game like that, and what I see is I got a whole lot of stuff to learn. I mean, I'm an ARPG player. Like, I've played, as I was telling somebody in Twitch chat, I've literally played more ARPGs than you probably even know exist. Like, I've played ARPGs that were only, like, one-off creations that only existed on, like, the PlayStation store, or, like, you guys don't even know. Like, there's some, like, no-name ARPGs out there that even if you search for them, you'd probably never find them because they only existed on, like, the PlayStation 3 store when PlayStation 3, like, first came out, and they just, like, disappeared from existence with the PlayStation 3. And so many of those I played. Like, PC ARPGs, obviously. ARPGs on the GameCube, ARPGs and frickin' PC and PlayStation, ARPGs on the Xbox, like... you know that ARPG that came out recently, the Minecraft ARPG? I even played that. I thought that was pretty good, actually. I'm not sure if you guys have played it, but it's like Diablo Light. I don't know if you have ever played that little thing. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. It's called Minecraft Dungeons. Yeah, Minecraft Dungeons. That's what it's called. Minecraft Dungeons. It's like Diablo 2, basically. But it's like a really light version of Diablo 2. Like, there's gear to find, there's monsters to kill. Very similar to Diablo 2 in a lot of ways. Maybe closer to Diablo 1, actually. But, like, was actually a really fun ARPG that I played a while back. So, like, when I talk about ARPGs, like, or learning an ARPG, I usually go from, and actually me and Leon were talking about this the other day. Like, when games have standardized practices, it's much easier to learn a game because of the standardized practices, right? Like, strength increases your damage, and vitality increases your health, and so forth and so on, right? These are like standard things that are present across pretty much like most games in a genre. And the problem becomes is that when you de-standardize that stuff, then the person has a lot more to learn because all of the knowledge that they have from previous games gets thrown out the window, essentially, with the new, like whatever's going on, right? Because you gotta literally sit there and like figure everything back out. You're like, oh, well, what does dexterity do? Well, dexterity doesn't give you critical strike chance. No. Like, what does dexterity give you? Like, does it make you more agile? Does it make you faster? Like, no. Like, so what does it do exactly? Does it give you accuracy? Oh, yeah, it gives you accuracy in this game. Okay. Like, and then you slowly start to work out and connect all the little dots in your brain and you figure everything out. But when you add a bunch of, like, non-standard features, you got to spend a long time learning all those non-standard features. I mean, what I saw in the PoE, like, live release looked good. But it also looks like, if I'm being perfectly honest, it looks like something that's going to take a while to like learn all of the individual mechanics that are specific to the game. You're going to go in with like a base level ARPG knowledge, and then you're going to have to like, I don't even know, spreadsheets. I'm pretty sure we're talking about spreadsheets at this point, like to figure out all the different angles and mechanics and things that you can like go through. Making a build is one thing, but making a optimal build is probably going to be insane. Let's put it that way. Like trying to figure out like how to make a build won't be that complicated, but trying to figure out how to make a optimal like refined min-max build is literally going to require spreadsheets, like tons of information, pages and pages of data. Like, you're going to have to sit at a training dummy. I'm assuming there's a training dummy anyway, that you can, like, test things at. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process. Sounds like a headache, to be perfectly honest. I feel like I'm committing to a relationship. Like, do I want to play PoE too? Like, Do I want to marry this girl for the rest of my life? Do I want to like invest myself time-wise? You know, like we're probably gonna have children. That's like at least 18 years minimum, right? And then you gotta like send them off to college and like, I mean, it kind of feels like I'm committing to a relationship over here. I'm like trying to figure out whether I wanna like bite the bullet. I was also looking at the packs. I was trying to see what pack you get. I did notice that when you buy the pack, they give you the coins. So at least you can take the coins and you can like buy your stash tabs, which you're probably going to need anyway.
Yeah. I never buy coins directly. I buy the supporter pack, which gives you like 600 coins, which then you can spend on, like you said, tabs or cosmetics.
We get 300 coins for the $30 pack, or you get 600 coins for the because it's just add a 0 basically. So
yep. So yeah, you buy the access and you actually get coins to put on the tabs, and they'll have stash tab deals. They always do, like bundles.
Brundle dundles. I don't know what I want to play today. I was working on the Stinger character. I mean, I got the Stinger character pretty well refined. I mean, I think he's pretty much done. I don't know. I think I do want to, like, try and convert my Green Ranger over to, like, pure poison. Maybe that's something I work on today. That's going to take some effort, though. Can you hear my robot vacuum cleaner beeping in the background?
Yes.
Yeah, that's so nice of him. I need to check him out. I think he's got like some fluff stuck in one of his wheels or something. I don't know. Cody leaves stuff all over the frickin' house wherever he feels like it. So December 6th for PoE 2 early access. So you're going to have to spend at least $30 or have spent $480 within the lifetime of your Path of Exile account. It'd be interesting to see how many people have dropped $480 on Path of Exile.
I'm pretty sure I was
imagine
close
it's
to that.
plenty of people.
Yeah. It's like 10 plus years of the game. It's actually like 12 years. 12 years of the game. If you just bought like supporter packs and cosmetics, you probably spent near that over that many years.
I mean,
I almost spent that over 4 years.
There's a certain aspect here that I'm like suddenly realizing, and it just kind of bugs me a little bit now that I think about it like this. Like, is Path of Exile really a successful game, or is it just being propped up by whales that are spending lots of money into the game? Like, from a certain aspect, there's like certain games out there. Like, I've seen games where they have like ships that you can buy that are like $5,000 and like stuff like that. And the games themselves aren't even really all that good. They're not. Like, they're basically just being propped up by whales that are spending like thousands and thousands of dollars into the game. Like, this one guy, I think, even admittedly spent like over $500,000 in the game. Like, and you know, like when you think about Diablo 4. Like, even if you bought every cosmetic on the store, you probably wouldn't reach $500,000, right? So at a certain point, like, now I have to ask the question, is PoE actually successful, or is it just a handful of very rich people just putting tons and tons of money into the game?
Well, what do you mean? Because they have consistent player-based growth, so the game is more and more popular than it ever was over the
Yeah, like
course of
login queues are something at the beginning of the season.
So they have players. They're financially successful for sure.
So free to play players are not the same thing as paid players. So let's make that distinction right off the bat. So even if you have 150,000 active users, that doesn't mean that you have 150,000 active paid players, and they may not have put any money into the game whatsoever.
Exactly. So
Many
what are you asking?
Many games that are free to play, like, oftentimes have a large cadre of players that are kind of considered low class individuals in the gaming world. In other words, like they don't actually play the game. Like you have the actual MMO, like RMT, like the Real Money Trade Associations. With free to play, they can make as many accounts as they want, so they can have, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of accounts running at any given time. So you can't really look at the active user player base and say like, hey, this is how many people are playing on a regular basis, because free to play doesn't work that way. Like when you have Diablo 4, you know that everybody paid $60 for the game, like, you know, or whatever, like, you know, sale it was on at that particular time. But you know they paid for the game, right? So you know every single account is a paid account, right? When it comes to a free-to-play game, that's not how it works. Every single account is not a free-to-play account, and every single account isn't even a single user. In fact, most of the time with free-to-play games, because of course you can make as many accounts as you want, you can have alts accounts, you can have multiple accounts, you can have multi-boxers, you can have people with like 6 or 7 accounts on 6 or 7 different computers at the same time. It's not really the same thing. So comparing numbers from a free-to-play game to a paid game is just, it's not equivalent. It's apples and oranges. My point is that you have a game like this that's successful, and what I mean by successful is it's still running after many years. Is the game successful and running after many years because people are actually enjoying the game, or because a handful of people are propping it up? If a handful of people are propping up all of the servers, then yes, the servers stay up, and then you have tons of people playing the game because the servers are online, because the handful of people are spending tons of money. If on average you're saying that the people who are playing the game have spent $480 or more per person, how much money have you spent into like Diablo 4 as an example? Maybe $100, $200? Like if that?
Well, 200 if you're including the game, the expansion.
So just the game and expansion is 200. Then the cosmetics I bought is probably another 3. It's probably like 300 or 400 I've spent on D4. And that's within only a year and a half.
I don't think I've spent that much.
Well, I got both Ultimate Editions, which were 100 each. So that's 200 right there before all the coins I bought on the store, which was like at least another 100.
I didn't get both Ultimate Editions. I grabbed the minimum that I was capable of getting. Like so like for instance with the beta, there was like the one that included the beta access. I got the beta access one and I didn't go any further. There was no point in getting the Ultimate Edition.
I'm just saying for me, I probably spent 300 on D4.
Yeah, but if we're saying that the average person spent $480 in currency, then what are the whales spending? That's my question. They're basically saying, okay, if you've been playing the game for a certain amount of time, like we're just going to give you early access as long as you spend $480 or more. They must have come up with that number somehow, like through their own expenditures, looking at their Excel spreadsheets and how much money people spent for the game. They came up with that number for a reason. So how many people have spent in excess of multiple times more than that into the game?
So all I can tell you is as of 2023, they've made over 434 million total revenue.
Hello.
Hey. What's up, Con?
Hey guys.
Would people invest money into a game that they don't like? Yes. Yes, they would. Has happened many times. The moral of the story is if you make an unlimited cap of money that you can put into a video game, you put that video game on the internet with that unlimited cap, there is always inevitably somebody who will spend money on the game and then not even enjoy the game. It's happened so many times already that there's news articles all over the internet about it. People spending $500,000, $200,000, like $300,000 into a game and then like quitting like 4 months later. Immortal was one of them. There was actually a guy like defending how much money he had spent into the game. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars he had spent into Immortal. The game was only like 6 months old. I don't like games that have like basically an unlimited cap of money that you can just dump into them forever. Like it, I mean, I get it. Like you want to support the game, but I mean, if you tried to spend $1,000 on Diablo 4, you'd probably run out of stuff in the shop to buy. The way that I see it is I see it as exploitative practices. It's no different than Diablo Immortal. If you put something up for sale, even if you put it up for an extremely high price, somebody is inevitably going to buy it. You're basically just taking advantage of people who have obsessive compulsive disorders. You put enough storage space up there so that everybody can have every single storage tab in the world, hundreds, 200, 300 storage tabs, put no cap on it so that people can just keep going and keep going. They'll just keep buying them because that's the kind of people that they are. Having limits on things is important. And I feel like you guys are completely missing the entire point that a game can be supported by a very small subset of the player base. You can have, say, 100,000 active users. And only maybe like 5,000 of those active users can actually be giving all the money to support the other 95,000. Like this is a legitimate thing that happens in free-to-play games, which is where you have the majority of the users put no money in, and a small subset of the users are actually paying money, where the majority of the money is actually coming from whales. That's what the term is. It's the industry standard free-to-play term, which is the whales are where they're getting the majority of their money. So that's what props up the game, is the whales. And if you're getting a large amount of money from the whales, then you don't have to get a large amount of money from the free-to-play players.
It's perfect, yeah. You don't got to spend money.
But that doesn't necessarily mean the game is successful. That just means you have like somebody who's a millionaire in your pocket, like Elon Musk, putting in like as much money as they want.
Well, that's why I don't define a game success about the amount of money they made. I define it about how many hours people put into them, right? Like you're not going to play something for thousands of hours if you don't like it. Like that, I would have uninstalled the game a long time ago.
I don't know. I mean, people often stay in relationships with people that they don't like simply because they've put in thousands of hours into the relationship, and they say to themselves, like, are you really going to throw away everything that we've worked for? And, like maybe sometimes they should throw away everything they've worked for. Maybe sometimes time investment isn't the only reason why you should hang on to things. And yes, when you have a game like PoE that you put a lot of time into, even if you end up hating it, sometimes you come back to it just simply because, well, you put lots of time into it. And lots of effort, and also, potentially lots of money. I mean, it's no different than a relationship with a woman.
Welcome, wanderer.
Or a man.
Been expecting you.
Thanks, Ginger.
I don't even know what I want to do for this character. What would you thank me for?
For saying and a man.
I mean, I'd be curious to see the numbers. I bet you, like, there's a discrepancy there. A lot of the times in free-to-play games, like 99% of all of the money comes from, like, the upper 1% of players who are basically putting it all into the system. And the rest of the money is not really relevant. Like the people who pay like $30 for a supporter pack, like they're just like non-existent when you have somebody dropping like $5,000 on the game, like it's nothing. I don't know. I've always preferred the paid model to the free-to-play model. It's just something that's specific to me. I see the free-to-play model as an exploitative practice, just in general. Even when it's done very well, it's still exploitative. I mean, people like Leon just can't avoid getting that sweet cosmetic when they post it on the shop.
Yep.
And he should have spent that money on his 9800X 3D.
It's coming.
I remember, I'm not sure what character I want to play. I want to like hop on a different character. I've already like explored this one.
I'm going to be playing my Sorc, so kind of upper Torment 3, low Torment 4 capable if you want to play. I don't know what you're up for doing, but...
I don't know what I want to go back to. I didn't really play my rogue enough. Maybe I have to do some rogue today.
I have to go do Varshan. If anyone wants to join with the Sorc. Lots of Varshan.
Ugh. She's missing like everything. I think she needs Shard of Erethiel. I'm pretty sure, because she's doing a puncture build. She also needs, I think, Ring of the Starless. Frosties. She also needs Frosties, which I think move their way over to my Sorceress. And I think the Sorceress has the boots as well. Let's go grab the boots. Steve. Thievery. Any updates on the cows? Not that I know of. They're just piecemealing it to us. It's unfortunate. I wish they wouldn't do it this way, where they're just like, the unfortunate thing is that there's no, like when it comes to the cow level, I don't think there's any solution. Like I'm starting to believe that there's no solution in the game at this particular moment. Not that there won't ever be a solution, because that's not what I'm saying. There will be a solution eventually, but that doesn't mean there currently is a solution, which is the problem. Like, they're adding in little pieces of it, and then they're not giving us the full thing, allowing us to actually move forward, so. How did the Poison Druid go with Shattered Vow? Well, I tried out Shred, and Shred is just not good. There's a lot of changes coming to Shred in the new PTR, so I guess we'll see.
That Zeal, man, they gave it Zeal based on the distance. It's like it hits 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, it does look more interesting now than it did previously than it does currently. I just don't really like the way that it works right now. So maybe I just put that build on the shelf until like next season. So yeah, I need Shard of Erethiel, which should be on the Barbarian. The Barbarian.
Yeah, Druid's getting even more poison builds next season. Boulder poison sounds insane.
Could throw in the frog too.
The Hurricane Wolves sound insane, and you can make that a poison build too.
Frog in there.
And then the frog, yeah, throw the frog in.
Frog.
Yeah. Ribbit.
I mean, did it work? I mean, yeah, it worked. It was like Pit 65 capable. It wasn't anything impressive. It really wasn't.
Actually worried about the power creep, the borrowed power systems.
The borrowed power systems? What do you mean?
Well, like, you know, the multipliers we're going to get from the new gems and the new system, the witch system.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Like there's just more multipliers.
Yeah, the witch gems didn't really seem all that amazing, to be perfectly honest. They look very bland. It was like, here, have some damage. And I was like, oh, okay. Here, have some crit. I'm really, I don't know. They seem bad. And not only that, but they're better than like the skull and the diamond that you would put in that slot too. So it's like, it's not only is it here's some damage, but it's also here's some damage and you lose nothing for putting it in. So just go ahead and throw that in. I mean, speaking of the gems, I mean, let's go back to those real quick because I did take screenshots of everything.
Did they Did they put out patch notes?
No, they said the patch notes wouldn't be out till later.
Ones.
So like the Elder Sigil, 25% increased direct damage to hexed enemies. Okay. While you have 3 or more Eldritch Witch power slotted, gain 25% movement speed and 15% critical strike chance. I mean, they're super generic. For each of your auras and hexes and enemies afflicted by, they take 4% increased damage from you. They're just damage multipliers. Like they're really uninspired and they're really boring. Like it's just, here, have some damage. There you go. There's some damage.
Which makes any build like go up probably 10 pit tiers.
Yeah, and then not only that, but if you look at them, they give you armor and they give you resistances. So, like, you're getting armor and resistances for putting these on. So you don't have to worry about, like, you know, taking out your skulls because you're going to get a pretty decent amount of, like, you know, stats from them. And then it's also going to help you with your reses, so we'll get those capped out. So you don't have to worry about diamonds and skulls. Diamonds and skulls next season are basically going to be garbage because nobody's using them. And you'll be using these, like, for the primary whatever you're doing. It's, I don't know. They could have gone with something more interesting than just like raw damage mods. I never really was a big fan of just like X raw damage mod. There's already too many damage mods to begin with. I got 19 Paragon points on this character. Definitely got some room to grow over here. Okay. I mean, she is set up. She's not, like, capped or anything, but it's like I did put a little bit of effort into her before I gave up and moved on to another character. How dare you?
I didn't even realize you get the Soulstone mount trophy for 300 until they said it on the developer stream, and I was like, oh, let me go check. It's like, wow, it is a Soulstone.
Soulstone mount trophy? It's a mount trophy?
Yeah. The Soulstone, the blue one.
That's pretty cool.
I
heard them say that too, and I was wondering what the hell they were talking about.
Me too. And I was like, let me go check.
I was like, what the hell are they talking about?
What is this?
I don't know what they're talking about. I was actually going to ask because you hit 300, but then, like, they were just on a roll and they just kept talking.
Yeah, I missed the Q&A. I got to go back and watch it.
I always thought World of Tanks free-to-play system was so much better than a lot of the others. I don't know if you guys ever played World of Tanks, but like you didn't have to buy nothing in that game. You could get by just doing whatever the hell you wanted to. Now, if you wanted to, you could purchase items. There were some tanks and things you could buy. Cool thing was is it wasn't just cosmetics. You were actually getting like an actual vehicle. You could earn the vehicles. A lot of them were pretty easy to earn, too. Poison. All these extra Paragon points, I want to spend them. Trying to cap out some of these glyphs. Nothing there. It's this one. Non-physical damage, intelligence. I think I already got all the intelligence notes for this one.
It's good to belong somewhere.
I'm gonna play PoE and I'm gonna be complaining like nonstop. You guys watch?
It's gonna be glorious.
I'm just gonna be complaining like every day. You're like, I don't want to watch Ginger Wise playing that game. All he does is complain.
Well, at least you'll get through the campaign.
Yeah.
Anything you can treat it just like Black Myth Wukong or Elden Ring. Just beat the campaign.
Probably what I would do.
I don't know. I like the glyph system, not in the Nightmare Dungeons. It's I think it's better outside the Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh yeah, I love the new Nightmare Dungeons. It's probably the most.
The only problem is that the glyphs don't drop in the pit like they're supposed to. That's the only problem.
That's really dumb.
I'm missing.
And when they do, the ones that you get are not the ones that you care about.
So many doojigs I'm missing. I rarely ever get the ones I actually need. Okay. I got her updated. She's got her equipment back on. Looks like she's missing some skulls. Does she need resistances? No, she does not. So I guess it's just skulls for her.
I need a way to spam Death Trap, and I just can't get enough cooldown reduction. I guess I don't even know how. Maybe I need Tempered. Could try a regular ring.
Why am I using a... Yeah, that's not right. They're not right. No. So what helmet was I using? There's no way I was using just a regular plain helmet like that. So, it'd be nice if there were loadouts. It would be nice if there was loadouts. But there's not.
Wouldn't it be nice?
I don't know what I was using. I'm just gonna throw like a frickin' shotgun at her head and move on. I'll figure it out later. Now, fanboys ain't gonna like me at all. If you're a PoE 1 fanboy, you're gonna come into my PoE stream and I'm gonna be talking smack the entire time about the stuff that I don't like, the stuff that you gloss over. You're like, oh yeah, nobody cares about that, and I'm gonna be like, well, this sucks, and they're like, well, just live with it, and I'm just gonna be like, I don't want to live with it, and they go hate my guts. You know why? Because I'm actually fair and balanced about things. I give things an honest shake. I'm gonna look at them objectively from like years and years of experience, and I'm gonna call out what's crap immediately, and you guys are gonna hate me for it because the fanboys always love everything. Even they're over there with the big old plate full of they got like the pizza on one side and it's got like the doo-doo, like the Cody Koopas turd on the other, and they're just eating it all. And then we and they smile and they got like the corn in their teeth and everything. Like they just don't call out any of the bad mistakes when they happen. Like I'm gonna call out the bad mistakes. I'm gonna call out the good stuff. I'm gonna call out the bad stuff. And you're going to hate me because I'm not going to eat the poop and just be like, oh, yeah, this is delicious. This is good. It's so good. It's got corn in it and nuts. That ain't going to be me. I do like corn, though. The combat in the trailers and stuff that they showed actually looks really good, to be perfectly honest. That monk looks absolutely gloriously sexy. I like the way the monk moved. Like the way it moved, the way it like behaved, like the combat of it, it just looked interesting. Looked very interesting. I have no idea what tier I left off on. Isn't that always the way? Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm a puncture character. Stop using your right clicks. Hold down the left click. Could I do a trolls tier for my chat? A trolls tier? Jin's pretty high on the tier right now. So is Nightside and Harleytron. They're both pretty high. They're edging on the fanboy, like the PoE fanboy status. I say like one bad thing about PoE, and Jin shows up and it's like, that's not true. Like, you don't need 72 stash tabs, you only need 63. Harley's getting pretty close too. If you hate PoE 1, oh, you gonna hate PoE 2. I'm getting gatekeeped before I even touch the game. I'm over here hoping that it's better. I'm hoping that it's a more fun experience. And they're just like rooting for it to fail. They're like, oh, you gonna hate it, boy. You look pretty good in them jeans, boy. The salt. Yes, it is salt. Alright, 70 is definitely not my tier. I killed stuff, but 70 is definitely not my tier. That pack was a little difficult to kill. Well, I don't think I can trust anything you say at this point, Harleytron, because you just spewed the most ridiculous lie that I've ever seen in the existence of lies. You might as well just walked outside and told me the sky was orange. Like, it's totally blue. I hate D3, and D4 is insanely better than D3. So let's put that in perspective, shall we? I played D3 for hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours. Absolutely despised it, which goes back to Leon's comment earlier that people won't play a game that they hate. I played D3 and I hated it. It took me like a couple hundred hours to determine that I absolutely despised it and what kind of flavor of poo it was. But like, but I hated it. I hate it with a passion. Like if I go back to it at this point, like I vomit in my mouth a little bit when I go back to it. But I love D4. So obviously me hating PoE 1 doesn't necessarily mean that I'll hate PoE 2. Maybe PoE 2 is enough a departure from PoE 1 that I'll actually enjoy it. You don't know. You don't know. Just like apparently you don't know that Diablo 4 is a huge departure from Diablo 3. Do they have some similar mechanics? Yeah, they do. Do I expect PoE 2 to have similar mechanics to PoE 1? Yeah, I do. But does that mean that they're going to be the same game? No, it doesn't. Just like Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 are enough separate from each other that one is literal trash and the other one is actually amazing and very fun. Diablo 4 is amazing and very fun. Diablo 3 is literal garbage that I wouldn't even like want to step in. Like it's like a pile of poo on the ground that I like try to go around because I don't want to get poo on my shoe. And then when I do get Diablo 3 on my shoe, I go to the grass and I try and wipe it off my shoe, but it like kind of gets stuck and it doesn't come off, you know, and it just doesn't really like, it doesn't work. Like I can't get it off completely. So I got to go get like a pen from the car and then I got to like trace through the like things on my shoe, and then like I throw the pen away, of course, because the pen is no longer any good. It's got poo all over it. And then that still doesn't get it off, and then I gotta go to a hose and I gotta like wash the bottom of my shoe off. Like that's basically what Diablo 3 is to me. And if this tells you anything, which is hilarious to me, is that there are diehard Diablo 3 fans that absolutely love Diablo 3. They are like riding the Diablo 3 penis. And they hate Diablo 4. Like the diehard Diablo 3 players hate Diablo 4. And that should tell you everything that you need to know. That Diablo 4 is not Diablo 3. If the diehard Diablo 3 players can't stand the game, then that is a very, very good sign. Likewise, most likely, if the diehard PoE 1 fans don't like PoE 2, that's probably also a very good sign that PoE 2 is probably more of a actual real ARPG that people will enjoy. I see like diehard Diablo 3 fans like railing on Diablo 4. Like they hate everything about it. Like they can't stand it. Like why doesn't Diablo 4 have sets? Like why can't I just put on a set and get 25,000 plus damage? Like why does Diablo 4 have why doesn't Diablo 4 like have you know, legendary items like Diablo 3 does? Like why are they those kind of legendary items? Like, why do I have to actually go find my equipment? Like, why doesn't it just fall into my lap like a piñata? Like, why don't I just walk into one area, like kill one monster, and then like 17 set and unique items fall out of the monster's butthole? How come my level 1 character can't like one-shot a Torment 4 boss? I have to think too much when I play this game. I'm not even joking. That is a real complaint. The Diablo 3 players hate Diablo 4 because they actually have to put more thought into the game than they put into Diablo 3. Where like Diablo 3 was literally like hold one button down and clear the entire screen. It's funny too because Spiritborn became that this season. Like it was like literally you could hold down one button and just clear the whole area. I don't know what capping means. What is that? Some sort of urban dictionary thing. I can't remember if I was using Andariels with this build. Maybe I was using Andes. Maybe I was using Air Perdition. I don't know. I think because I was using the oh yeah, speaking of Diablo 4, that freaking new that new unique that gives you like the free shadow imbuement, because I'm on the rogue and I'm thinking about the shadow imbuement, gives you the free shadow imbuement explosion, sounds insane.
So many things sound great, but so many of the new uniques.
Well, like you know that shadow imbuement explosions are not just explosions, right? They're not just damage. Like there's far more to them than the shallow, you know, like hey, it gave you a damage bump. Like shadow imbuement explosions give you a huge number of effects. Like first off, you can set them up so that you can make enemies vulnerable with them. You can also set them up so that they give you a large bonus in your 12% your non-physical damage. You can also set them up so that they give you back energy whenever you kill an enemy with a shadow damage, which I'm assuming is referring to the explosion, which means that you're going to be able to put 3 in consuming shadows and just get like massive amounts of energy back. And on top of that, the shadow damage has a chance to stun enemies too with Shadow Crash. And there's some other effects too, but like there's interactions between, you know, like cold imbuement and poison imbuement and like the way that shadow imbuement works. Like being able to just like freely shadow imbue hit targets like with your abilities sounds kind of absolutely insane. It just gives you a way to just apply the shadow imbuement to the monsters and get free explosions, which is also going to give you massive amounts of energy back. Make enemies vulnerable, increase damage output. Across the board, it's just a very nice change. Yeah, I guess this girl's around hit 65 capable, unless I got something wrong. I mean, maybe. I might have something wrong. The helmet is the only question. I don't remember what helmet I was using. Could have been Andariel's.
Your Rain of Arrows person?
Yeah, I don't remember what
Always
helmet.
something to help you scale elemental damage, I would imagine. Maybe you're using Air of Perdition or something?
I don't know. I'm not even really interested in clearing this. I was just trying to see like what my pit tier was, so I could understand like how powerful this girl is. Where is that unique? I took screenshots of all of them. They nerfed the crap out of Rod of Kepeleke, by the way. Oh man, they blew that thing into the dirt.
I think it's fine. It kept all its functionality, just lost the damage. It's like just minus whatever pit tiers, right? That's all it is.
Well, I
Like,
mean, you subtract the bugs, and then you also see. My thinking is you subtract the bugs, and then you see where it lies. And their thinking apparently was, let's subtract the bugs, and then let's also nerf the crap out of the weapon. Which I don't know. It might have been overkill. I think they could have left the 3% as long as they fixed all the bugs.
I'll take minus 80 pit tiers. I don't care. The functionality's there. The giant moves are there.
It's got Fort of Shadow Imbuement on it too. Mobility skills grant 100% movement speed for 2 seconds. They need to stop with these little short buffs. They really just need to stop with these little tiny buffs. They're not good. Nobody likes them. And it feels bad with movement speed. I was testing out something similar a while back. It was like some sort of movement speed thing when like you're running away from the enemy or something, and it only activated when you were running away from the enemy. It's that one aspect. And like I'm sitting there running away from the enemy, and my character's like going breakneck speed away from him, and then I turn around, and then my character's going like slow as molasses, and then like I'm trying to like maneuver in the battle, and like my character would like accidentally face away from the monster for like a half a second and like shoot off like a rocket, and then I would turn back, and then I couldn't get back quickly enough, and like the monster would like teleport behind me or something, and all of a sudden I'm running away from the monster again, and it was really it was really bad. But mobility skills are always shadow imbued. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I mean, there's a couple nice mobility skills that you can use. Like Shadow Step is really nice. I'm using Shadow Step in this build right now. No free shadow imbuement. Every time I Shadow Step, that actually sounds pretty nice.
You running pits, Ginger?
I just got my character put back together. If you want to join me, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, Con. I just spent like 5 hours watching a really long movie about PoE 2 and like PTR Diablo 4, and like, you know, like when you come out of like a really long movie that's like 4 or 5 hours long, and you just don't really know where you are or where you belong anymore. Like that's me right now. I'm trying to like process all the information that I learned in the runs.
Yeah, it was quite a bit. Try 64? Or no, it's too much. 60? Yeah.
I need to get better Beastfall boots. I need double greater graphics. Or maybe quad, but probably double.
I was actually kind of excited about that new rune that has the lightning storm thing on it. That seems like it's really powerful.
Can't wait to add it to this build.
Not even just for the druid. That seems like it could be really fun for like lightning builds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like a lightning sorceress or
Even Spiritborn.
Even Spiritborn, yeah. Like or a non-elemental build. If you did like a non-elemental like barbarian, that'd be kind of neat too. You know, like with your elemental linebacker or whatever.
Yep.
Did you see they also added a way to turn
Earthquake
earthquakes into
aspect?
fire?
55% multiplier and fire conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Earthquakes are going to be insane next.
I know, that's going to be my build. I'm doing my proc barb again. I loved it,
Insanity.
I loved it this season. I love it next season.
And the power creep is real.
I mean, you could double imbue, yeah. I mean, if you can imbue the skill normally. I mean, is there a skill that counts as a mobility skill that can be imbued? Dancing knives technically a mobility skill? Does it have the mobility tag?
And
It does not. It does not have the mobility tag. It's agility. It has the agility tag.
You can double, triple imbue skills right now. I mean, you could do that with Rain of Arrows. You can do it with basic skills.
Yeah, but the question is can you imbue the ability, like with the thing? No, well, you can't double imbue an ability with imbuements, though. That's the thing. Like not the button presses. You can do it through Rain of Arrows, and you can do it through some other aspects,
And
like
for the basic aspect, yeah,
like
exactly.
the basis aspect. But you can't
So
like.
it should work the same as the basic aspect. I would
Yeah.
imagine, like Cold Clip and the Poison one. Like, it
Yeah,
should work
so
like that.
that's what I'm looking at. Like if you have an ability that can be imbued normally, and then you also have the boots imbuing them specially, then yes, you should be able to imbue them twice. Only if you can imbue it normally. And it also obviously has to be a mobility skill, so that's also important. What's up, Lycidius? Oh, that was the wrong HP bar. I was hitting this guy, and I saw his HP bar go down, but then it was a bat or whatever that was in front of me, in front of him or something. Now the combat on PoE 2 looked crisp.
Oh yeah, much better than PoE 1.
Hey, exactly.
Way better.
Like people are saying, I'm not gonna enjoy PoE 2 if I didn't like PoE 1.
No,
like,
it's way. There's already.
There's way different. Like I'm just looking at the footage. It's way different. Like what are you guys even talking about? What are you guys even talking about?
The combat's like your favorite kind of combat too, because there's a bunch of mini games involved. Like there's a lot of combos. Like they were showing you, like you put up a wall of ice and you break it, or the bell. Like there's a lot of like little setups you can do.
Minigame is life. I don't care what ARPG you play. The mini games are the fun part. That is the fun part of ARPGs. I would even go so far as to put that as a core mechanic that like needs to be present for ARPGs to succeed. Mini games are they're just fun. Like some mini games are not fun. Like, and I will admit that. Like there are definitely some mini games that probably shouldn't exist. Like they're just boring or they're overly complicated or whatever. But like there are also some really good mini games. Like the Javazon minigame, for instance, for those of you familiar with Diablo 2. Like, it's a very simple minigame. It's lining up the targets to get as many pierces as you possibly can, which is what you generally want to accomplish, right? So, like, that whole minigame is literally all about positioning your character appropriately so you get the most number of pierces, which, of course, amplifies your damage and gives you a much faster clear speed. And it's a fun little minigame that you just, you do as you play. Sometimes even just lining the target up against the wall so that you get the bounce back, which is also really cool. I mean, it seems like this character works just fine. Now that they beef the crap out of Victimize, though, I bet you should be better if I switched her over to Victimize. Didn't they like not only increase the damage of Victimize, but they also fixed the problem where it wasn't proccing properly?
Yeah, they made it faster. I haven't tried Victimize yet. That's the one I have to try. I might have to do another road because I hate messing with the same build. I can't wait for the Armory. That's the thing people aren't even mentioning. The Armory's coming, baby.
Yep, the Armory, it looks fantastic. I'm a little bit worried about accidentally deleting pieces of equipment for like alternative builds, but I'll just have to like dedicate a stash tab to like, okay, this is equipment for alternate builds, and just
They should let us store it in an armor, in the actual Armory. Like let us store it for that build.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
You're giving them way too much credit.
I mean, I would be
It
better.
should be like a wardrobe.
That would be better than it pulling your equipment from like random places all throughout your character.
They did that in D3. It
Yeah,
sucked.
T3 was painful.
Yeah, just didn't know where anything was.
Like that's one of my worries. Is okay, so it pulls the equipment from random places. Like, all right, whatever. But like, where is it putting my
It's
equipment?
putting it back in random places.
So like, there's gonna be like no rhyme or reason to my stash tab, basically.
I have no idea where anything is.
That's crazy. The amount of characters I play, and the amount of builds I do.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm gonna suggest it in the PTR. Maybe they'll listen.
I mean, honestly, storing it in the actual loadout system sounds better, in my opinion.
Maybe if we all say something, might go a little further.
And what was with the nerfs to the Sorceress?
Oh, good. They nerfed the Sorceress? Fantastic.
They nerfed the Sorceress twice.
That's a class that really needs to be nerfed right now.
Two very powerful nerfs. Like, the first one was basically removing the ability for Firebolt to apply its fire damage, or its burning damage. So you can't get any of the like fire passives like through the enchant, which is like one of the most popular ways of getting the fire passives. And they literally said they're like we don't want you, getting access to all the fire passives just because you have like one enchant, which is silly. It's very silly. And then they also changed Devouring Blaze so that even if you did have a pyromancy skill on your bar, like say you were using, like Firewall or something like that to get the Devouring Blaze, even if you did have a fire skill on your bar, they changed Devouring Blaze so it only works with pyromancy skills. Like, it was like a 1-2 slap in the face to every single sorceress that uses Devouring Blaze for any reason, or using the enchantment for any reason. I mean, and it's a very strong debuff to, I think, just about every sorceress, because I think most sorceresses had some way of burning the target, and they weren't all using the enchantment. Like, I didn't use the enchantment on every single one. There were other ways that I could make the monsters burn. I gotta spend my obols. I forgot. I guess because I teleported to town in the middle of the run, it just booted.
Yeah.
It just booted me from the instance. That's pretty crazy.
Come back.
That's all right. I just only need to gamble off some stuff. Oh, perfect bursting venoms. Not bad. I think they handled the ancestral items a little too heavy-handedly too, if I'm being perfectly honest. We're probably gonna have to talk about that in the PTR, like feedback. I mean, it really seems like they.
Yeah, I don't like that change.
Well, not only did they say they made them drop more often, I feel like either one of the solutions would have been fine by itself. Making them drop more often would have fixed, the fact that they often drop with crap aspects. But then they also said they were going to make the aspects roll within like the top, like 80% or whatever, because, most of the time they were minimum rolls. But like either one of those solutions would have been fine on its own, and I think both of them together is just overkill. I think it's just going to go back to how it was, which is we're going to see like way too many ancestrals, and then everybody's going to have perfects, and it's not going to be rare anymore. Like, when I was talking about it, I'm like, I didn't want to see them, like, make it so that the ancestrals always roll with, like, good aspects, but it would have been nice if they were restricted from rolling, like, the bottom 20%. But they just took it overboard, and they're like, we're going to make them always roll, like, upper 80% or something.
Never underestimate Blizzard's ability to overcorrect or over-nerf. Like, that's why I always argue with people in the forums, like, you don't know what you're asking for. You don't know.
No, they do. People just, like Ginger was saying a couple minutes ago, people just want the stuff gifted to them.
Yeah, I think they should have a button. I'm telling you, call it the Racks button, and it should just give you 100% of everything. The game should be completed for you.
There's so many people like going on. It's like, okay, dude. I played for 7 hours. I have nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
Play for 10 hours a day, and I progress every time I play. I don't know what.
Party
what you're talking about.
unavailable.
We're con the boss. Boss is dead.
Dead, yeah.
Party unavailable. I got a better Undying now. I mean, I really didn't put much effort into this character, it looks like.
How shall I guide my hammer?
A Pariza do Canyon. Yeah, I just realized I had 2,500 obols, and I'm like, let me go spend these real quick. I didn't realize it was just going to boot me out of the instance because I teleported back to town. Like, what do they think I'm doing in town? Like, getting my Hyper X potion or something and coming back?
They fixed that elixir so quickly yesterday. Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, the servers were lighting on fire. I'm pretty
Yeah.
positive of that. Like, they were just exploding. They were straight up ready to, the servers were about to explode. You could tell by like doing to the world boss and stuff like that. People were started catching on and they were using the potion and it was just
Again.
It was done. We couldn't even like do 4-man groups like with the potion on. The
Yeah,
servers
that
were
was
having
so
trouble running the calculations or something. I guess when you hit max integer limits.
Cannot compute.
It's funny because I remember in D1 max integer limit thing was like that was the standard because the max integer limit was really low on a 16-bit game, and like you could hit it so easily. Hackers would hit it all the time by accident, crash the game. Like there were items that the hackers would edit in, and they had values that were higher than what you could display, and I remember just looking at the item. Like if you opened your inventory and hovered your mouse over the item, the game would just immediately crash because the item was like that incompatible with the game itself. You weren't even allowed to look at it.
Look at the item.
Yeah, don't look at the item. Looking at the item will get you killed. The lightning storm's kind of crazy too, in the way that it just like hits all the targets, but no problem.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks on single target. That's the only thing.
I need more help on this character. Too squishy.
I really hate the stealth nerf on random arrows. It's upsetting. It took me from double hit to like double damage, and it's such a huge nerf for the way that the ability works. Leon was saying that there's that one Sky Hunter that has like the double marksman skill thing and actually works. I might have to swap over to that. At least I can get my 2 waves of rain of arrows again.
Yeah, it's a popular item. That's I've been trying to get a double greater affix one. It's so hard. So many improvements I need on this character.
+4 to poison imbuements.
Need a little bit more cooldown reduction.
There's so many builds though this season that like I've been trying and playing around with them, and even with like really good equipment, they're just not. They're not there. I'm hoping they play around with some of this stuff and fix a lot of it. Ooh, corruption. It's actually a good one too. I'm using
Figure out
corruption.
what I want to play next season since they keep nerfing Sork into the.
Nerfing Sork into the dirt? What? You don't like
What
it
are
when
you
they
gonna
nerf Sork into the dirt?
They just don't understand.
Did you
it.
not see the new ball lightning builds? They gave you 2
Yeah.
ball lightning uniques. They look amazing.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I was
just heard
interested.
you talk.
I was
Okay,
interested in the one that's not spinning around you. That one where you cast it and it shoots out a wave. That looks really interesting.
The return of the ball lightning season.
So they did a ball lightning one that spins around you, and that one has some sort of aura or whatever. Honestly, that one didn't really look all that interesting to me. The one that looked interesting was the other one where it basically converted ball lightning into like a projectile that would like hit the target and then explode and made like a wave out of the back of the monster or something, like some sort of like crazy looking martial arts fist where you like hit the target and then it like shoots out the back of the target. Like, it looked really interesting, especially with how fast you can spam ball lightning. I've sat there before and I've like, you know, just shot off like 10 trillion ball lightnings at a target before. I think it's hilarious. You get like that big line of ball lightning shooting at the enemy. It could be really interesting. Yeah, let me pull up that unique on the stream and we'll talk about it. Where is it?
Yeah, they did something else with the one that orbits around you. The aspect village.
Here it is. A Strike of the Stormhorn. Ball lightning splashes on contact for 100% times increased damage and stuns enemies for 1 second if it reaches its maximum range. So it's something that you're going to use from distance. Super ball lightnings are larger, deal 100 times more damage, and have higher lucky hit chance. And its stun duration is increased to 3 seconds. Chance for ball lightning projectiles to cast twice is now chance to cast super ball lightning. Twice. And also it comes with 250% ball lightning projectile speed, which is also really interesting, and turns it into a much faster attack in general.
We're gonna do ball lightning and Doom Orb Devron next season. That's gonna be the build.
Cool.
Calling it now.
I mean, honestly, I'm actually kind of excited for that.
Ball lightning.
For that ball lightning super ball lightning projectile. That looks neat.
It's like bowling ball. It's all ball with lightning balls.
I mean, it makes them go faster, which is one of my main complaints about ball lightning because they're so slow. And then like it has like an impact, which it comes out, which is really cool.
Oh yeah, it splits up, didn't it? Split or something.
I mean, the other one is the Okun's Catalyst. Okun's Catalyst is ball lightning orbits you, creating a static field that damages all enemies within for 180% times of the ball lightning's damage per active ball, and granting unhindered for as long as the field is active. It's basically just feeding into like the spinning ball lightning build, and it's honestly I didn't really see it as anything special, to be honest. It looks like they're just taking ball lightning and they're like okay, we're gonna make ball lightning even more ball lightning. They just incorporated the gravitational aspect into a unique and gave it like some damage bonuses. Is really all they did. The other one is much more interesting to me because it's an entirely new way of doing the ball lightning. I think I'm definitely going to go ball lightning Sorceress for season 7, unless there's some other build that intrigues me.
There were so many builds that intrigued me.
Poison Druid also looked good next season.
Yeah, I can go Boulder Poison, man. That's insane.
You don't want to do Boulder Poison?
Boulder Poison with the
diarrhea build?
Shattered Bow.
Yeah,
they made diarrhea.
the diarrhea build. They made a diarrhea build.
It's gonna be insane.
It's gonna be the best diarrhea build. Leon likes diarrhea, okay? Keeps him clean, he said. Clean inside.
Regular.
Clean inside and out.
Diarrhea is so clean.
I mean, my bleed ticks are not like doing terrible. I got like 5 mil bleed ticks right now. Definitely could be higher. 8s.
Yeah, I'm loving this pen shot.
10, 11, 12, 13 mil bleed ticks. Need a hell of a lot more than that, though.
They need to do something about the trading market next season.
You mean they need to endorse a better trading website?
That and every item just can't cost like 80 billion gold. Come on. Why does every item cost 80 billion?
I really don't know.
That's the thing with the trading site right now. It's like I can't like buy anything because it's like, oh, this half decent item, 80 bill gold. Thank you.
I mean, until you sell an item for 80 billion, and then you're just like, okay, I'll
Yeah,
like, wow.
I guess.
Like that item I gave you the other day was 80 billion.
Oh, easily.
0.70 beast fall boots. I always wanted to set up a Scoundrel Leathers build. I think Scoundrel Leathers could be insane. I think it could be compatible with this build too. I was thinking about that
I'm
the
gonna
other
step
day.
out for a second.
Bowling lightning.
I mean, technically, there's a lot of ways that you could potentially use that to your advantage. I was really impressed with the runes that they added.
Baby bowler.
The runes that they added are amazing.
We're calling you Baby Boulder next season. Baby Boulder.
What, without my lightning? Don't be jealous of my lightning bowling balls. I must set that jank up with like max attack speed too. That's how I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be like a max attack speed bowler. I'm just gonna be shooting out like 10 trillion bowling balls. I'll probably use that lightning aspect in there too, the new lightning rune word. That sounds like fun. I mean, on the PTR, we'll have time to test out some of these builds, so that'll be good.
Break them so they can get rid of them.
Marshawn and Beast
Marshall.
These fall boots come from Beast.
Turn on now, relate. You need some beast fall boots?
I just want double good graphics. I'm being greedy.
Oh.
I have like the basis of a good pair. Like they're fine. They're serving me.
Actually,
but I need more cooldown.
I actually noticed a really neat thing about those like hard to get boots, and like the items that have like unique effects that you need to have on like the high rolls. Is like with all the normals that drop, I usually just pick through the normals and find one that has like a perfect roll on the unique effect. I mean, granted, you don't get the greater affixes, but at least the unique effect, which is the most important thing, is capped out. This build is the okayest build that ever existed. I don't know what to say. It's so okay. I mean, it works. I mean, it's there. Like, it does it, I guess. There's a thing. It does a thing. There's a thing. I died. How did I die? Got stuck in a crowd control? That's like insane for this build to get stuck in a crowd control. I usually have like permanent uptime on immunity. Because of the Shroud of Canduras, I like have like permanent immunity like all the time. There's okay, there we go again.
I have 44,000 life right now. It's kind of insane.
Oh, nice.
That with Doombringer?
Yeah. I need a...
Oh yeah, his quad Doombringer that he got the other day.
Yeah.
Dirty hoe.
This is on my rogue. My overpower rogue is getting strong. just need to keep going.
God.
I need some room for some Diablo 2 in my life. There's too many games coming up. I need some Diablo 2 time.
They just can't get their act together on when to release the season. Like, if they release the season tomorrow, then you get 2 weeks at least.
I need some D2 time. This is terrible. Like, I don't... Like, part of me doesn't want to play PoE 2 just so I can go play Diablo 2.
Yeah, I mean, you can always play PoE later. You don't gotta play early access right at the beginning. You can be a D2 Andy.
I mean, you say this, but I'll be playing D2, and then the entire time while I'm playing D2, people will come in, like, all the time, and they'll be like, why aren't you playing Path of Exile? Why are you playing Diablo 2? Why are you playing this old game? Path of Exile 2 is online, you know that, right? Like, why aren't you playing this game? I'm gonna have to be banning people. I'm gonna be banning people all day long.
Hey, D2 pays the bills, right? You gotta pay the bills with D2.
Be banning people. No, let's just ban people. That sounds like fun.
You know what you can do, Ginger? You can switch the evil mentor guy, you know, the one that doesn't exist, over to PoE. And then your D4 guy is clean, you know?
If only that mask was easy to wear. Then they put some ventilation holes and put a little fan in it.
A little fan, one of those little cheap fans
Yeah,
just mounted inside.
Yeah, just mount it in there so it sucks in air.
It's like right in your face for like 12 hours.
The eye holes are terrible too. Like you can't see the monitor with them on. It's just rough. It's like somebody made sunglasses for a cow and then put them on your head. My evil cows bring all the players to the yard. My evil cow is better than yours. I just need to be the evil cow who just spends tons of money on Path of Exile. It's like 6 or 7 grand in. Didn't Asmongold do that for Diablo Immortal and he just like played like an idiot and he just kept spending money on the game?
I know Quinn spent like 30,000. Asmon probably spent more than that. People are crazy, dude.
I thought Asmon spent 3. I was kind of watching him.
He only spent 3? That's
Yeah, it was
funny
like-
because he has more money than Quinn, and Quinn spent 30? That's crazy.
I mean, he was just doing it as a meme from what I could
Yeah,
tell.
yeah. He's like, look how good I am at this game. It was so funny.
Let me get my wallet out. Alright, here we go.
Yeah, he's like,
Look at
you guys
that.
suck.
Yeah, you guys are terrible.
Oh, Warcraft. I mean, World of Warcraft did launch Classic again tonight. I could be playing that, but that's just who wants to invest into an MMO with so many games coming out soon.
The MMOs are just not worth my time. They're just not worth my time. Yeah. I don't have time for games that like deliberately waste my time. Like, there's a whole, it's like a whole thing these days. MMOs are designed like to waste your time. That is literally what they're designed to do. I could talk about that for hours. There's actually a documentary, by the way, not on MMOs. That's not what I was going to say. For those of you who thought I was going to say that. There's a documentary on casinos, how casinos are designed. And it talks about like all the sneaky tricks that casinos use to get you to stay in the casino. Like having all the walls be the same color, like making sure that all the rooms look the same, like
Oh yeah,
you know,
they go full
not
of,
having
like,
not having
psychology.
windows, like so
Yeah,
that you
daylight.
can't see that it's day, so that you know it turns nighttime or daylight, so that you don't know how long you've been in there. like not having clocks, like so that you can't see the time. Like there's so many like little psychological tricks that casinos use to get you to stay, like comping you food, like all you can eat buffets, like all sorts of other things. Like whatever they can do to make you stay there, which means you'll spend more money, is you know, Gucci. And go watch that documentary, right? And then apply that to MMOs, and you'll see. You'll see that MMOs use literally like almost all the same tricks that casinos do to keep you there, to make you spend money. Like it's really bad. I haven't played an MMO since Final Fantasy 14, I think, was the last one. And Final Fantasy 14 really kind of, I don't know. There was just maybe it was the point, like when I played Final Fantasy 14, I was like, am I just growing up? Or is this game just really easy? Like it felt like I was, you know those games that are made specifically for kids, like they're like Fisher Price, like Drillin' Doze or something, and like you put it in, and it's like the most simplistic game you've ever seen because it's made for like a 2 to 9 year old or whatever to play. Like it's like a 2-year-old can pick it up and like actually accomplish something in the game. And like when I was playing Final Fantasy 14, that's the feeling that I got. Like I got the feeling that it was made for someone younger than me. It was made for someone who had no knowledge of games and who had like no ability whatsoever, and it wasn't made for me. And then I played it and I conquered it, and like I was super rich, richer than pretty much anybody in the game, and all I did was fish. I beat all the raids on the hardest difficulties. Like I even did the challenge modes. They were super easy. You know what the hardest part of Final Fantasy 14 was? I bet you guys can't guess.
Hot e-girls?
Huh?
Huh?
What? Hot e-girls?
Huh?
The hardest part of Final Fantasy 14 was finding a group that was competent. Like most of the players had no clue what they were doing. Like there were basically 3 tiers of raids in that game. There was like the baby tier, there was like the normal raids, and then there was like the really hard challenge raids. Like you would more often than not be incapable of finding a group that was competent enough to complete the baby raids.
I was like playing the con all the time.
And it was so frustrating.
It wasn't that bad.
It was so frustrating because like you know how it is, Leon, when you're good and you know what you're doing and you go into a raid and like there's just people that are just dragging down the whole group, and it doesn't matter how good you are, right? Your personal skill level is meaningless when it comes to a raid because the whole group has to pull their weight. Like, even if you're the best player in the world, you can only cover maybe like 1 or 2 other players of dead weight before like the whole group gets brought down. And it was so bad in 14. Like, there were so many bad players in the game. Just finding a group was like pulling teeth. I think that was what convinced me eventually to stop playing, was that it was just so hard just to find competent members for the raid content. You can't believe how many like freaking paladin tanks we went through. So I was the warrior tank. I was like the I was a tank, but I was considered like the off tank, but I also was capable of tanking the bosses. But usually what they did was they put the paladin on the main boss and then they put the warrior on the sub boss. And then when the paladin needed a break, the warrior would take over temporarily, and then it would swap back to the paladin, like eventually. The warrior actually had 2 stances too, where you could swap between DPS and tanking, which was really cool. So like half the time when I was tanking, or if the paladin took over tanking roles for that particular time period, I would swap stances to the DPS stance, and I would help, like push the DPS for the raid. But like
dancing, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. But man, it took us like, I think it was like 8 or 9. I don't even want to know what I call it, auditions, like before we found a tank that was actually like halfway competent. You know what tank we ended up finding? It was a guy who didn't speak English. He was he was obviously like Argentinian or like Mexican or something, because he was not speaking English at all. It sounded like a South American language, although I couldn't quite pinpoint it. And we couldn't even really communicate with him, but he knew what he was doing. which was at least better than like 99% of the other applicants that we had. And we managed to clear the raid. Yeah, we managed to clear the raid with him a couple times. And man, when we had like, you know, when we had to communicate with him, it was so bad. It was so bad. Oh man. And that was the tank that we ended up with. Out of all the people that we played with, we had to go with somebody who didn't speak English just so we could get somebody who was competent enough to like know what they were doing. Final Fantasy XI was so easy to find good groups. Like, it was super easy. And everybody knew who you were when you were a good player, too. Like, if you got, like, notoriety in that game. I remember I was so good at one point that the Japanese players were asking me to join their groups, and I didn't speak not a lick of Japanese. It was kind of a similar situation to the Argentinian guy who was in our group, who just knew what he was doing, and he just kind of did what he needed to do. Like, I was in that situation too. I was in the Japanese raids, and I was just doing what I needed to do, and they couldn't communicate with me. There was like an auto translate system in Final Fantasy XI, so it kind of worked ish. Like, there was like you could type in a word and then press tab, and then you could like choose from an auto translate list. I surprised the crap out of them a lot of the times because I knew tricks that they didn't know. There were these really cool things in Final Fantasy XI called BCNMs, which are basically just like really expensive sort of like dungeons that you can run that have like potentially really good rewards. And usually you would run them and then like you'd sell everything and then you'd split money between the participants. And sometimes they took like 12 or sometimes even like 16 people to do like a specific one. There was one with a dragon, and the dragon was like, he was nasty. You couldn't really even tank him, which was kind of silly. But they needed me there because they needed me to, you know, like tank. And basically all I could do was run away from the dragon. It was a pretty large VCNM area, like zone though, so I was literally kiting the monster across the entire zone while they kind of just like lined up along the edges and cast spells, and you know, as the dragon went by, and I just had to make sure that I maintained aggro the entire time, otherwise it would go down. Anyway, there was a big rock in the zone, and come to find out that like I could stand on one side of the rock and move left a little bit, and the dragon would start running around the rock to the left to get to me. And then if I moved right just a little bit, the dragon would turn around and start running to the right because the pathing told him that the shortest path was to the right now. And all I had to do was just take my character and just move a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. And so the dragon would just move a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. And so he would just constantly change directions because the shortest path to me was changing like dramatically. So I could literally just lock him on the other side of the rock, and they started laughing. And they were like, LOL, what are you doing? And I was like, well, he can't get me. That's good. He's not moving. You guys can wail on him. Go ahead. Let's get in there and wail on him. Smack him. Smack him. There were some things. Oh yeah, there were some things I didn't like about the Final Fantasy XI though, like the world boss monopolies. I don't know if WoW ever had that. There were like world bosses that would spawn at like very specific times, and like only one group could claim it essentially, and so like it became a game of standing there waiting for the boss to spawn. And then a bunch of people would like try and aggro the boss first, and whoever managed to aggro the boss first essentially had it. And then you would sit there and you would just root for the other team to die because you couldn't get any loot from it. Only the team that actually, you know, aggroed the boss could get any loot from it. So you just stood there and watched, hoping that the other team would die. You're just like, yeah, go ahead and die. Yeah, you guys suck. Look, all you guys are failing. Oh yeah, he hit you with that fire, but yeah. Oh, your tank didn't hold aggro and your white mage died. Haha. It was a pain in the butt though, because like the world boss drops just they've got monopolized by specific groups. There were some auto clickers and stuff involved too, and people got pretty salty about it. Like people had programs to like automatically aggro the boss, and they would just AFK like a whole bunch of characters there with auto clicker programs. It was pretty bad. I think I remember like participating in many of the boss spawns, and rarely, if ever, did we actually get one of the spawns. It was usually always went to one of the bigger clans that had like 1,000 characters all sitting around like spamming abilities.
Try 69.
I mean,
You can do it.
yeah, you can do it. You're carrying us, sir.
I don't know if I can do it. Honestly.
Oh, where'd Devron go?
But Devron.
He not in here no more.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be back in a bit.
The boss at the end, this might take a little bit.
I know one thing though, I ain't playing PoE without stash tabs. I was looking at it. I watched the whole presentation, and I was like, hot damn, you're gonna need a lot of stash space for all that stuff they just talked about. Oh my good lord. I think I'm probably just gonna have to dedicate like, I don't even know, $100 probably just to purchase all the tabs that I need. If I'm actually gonna give it a real and honest try. I don't want to be suffering on stash space the entire time while I'm playing. That unique stash tab thing, the collection tab, where you have like one slot for every unique item. Like, I think more games need to do that. I've talked about that, like for Diablo 2. I've talked about it for a bunch of games. Diablo 2 needs one too. Like a Holy Grail tab. I'm talking about
yeah, that would be really good for D.
Yeah, I've been talking about that for years. I think a Holy Grail tab would go over excellent for D2. People would hop right on that. They could even make it like a $5 add-on pack or something, and people would be happy to pay it. I always kind of wondered why Diablo 2 didn't sell stash tabs, but now, I think I know why. It took me manipulating the game and like being able to make infinite burr runes to understand, but now I know why.
Why is that? Why do you think?
The game uses the items that you have in your inventory to calculate everything from like what kind of monsters spawn, the modifiers on them, the equipment that drops, the stats on the equipment. Like it's ingrained in the way that the pseudo random number generator works, the inventory space. So changing the inventory space dramatically like also in turn changes the way that the game functions. Like it's pretty dramatic too. What's up, Big Pimpin'? That's a big pimpin' with a B-A-D. I got Mackie Pus Blister over here.
dead end.
Oh, no change is the greatest. No change. Enchant. No change.
Yeah.
I'm celebrating.
I saw you just free right before. Might take a little bit. Oh, she's tough.
Yeah, that guy was taking a while.
What's up, Philip? We did it! Yay!
We did it. You did it. We did it. We. That's a nice dagger. That's better than mine. It's at 29% accelerating. Do you got a good accelerating? I think that might actually be better than
Maybe if I masterwork my gear better, might help.
I don't have any masterworking mats.
Oh.
That become your favorite show, like Sanford and Son? That's good. Wow. Why can't I sing the whole song? I'm trying to play it in my head, but it's not going past the first initial like notes. It's not going past the first initial notes for some reason. Oh Lord, Martha, I'm coming to see you, Martha. He was always dying from a heart attack. I actually like watching that show. It was fun.
Sanford Son? Yeah, it was a good show.
Good show. Heartseeker projectile poopies. Forceful arrow poopies. Heartseeker poopies. Heartseeker poopies. Forceful arrow boobies. What is this? Like, can I have something that's not that, please? Forceful arrow. What? Every single time, man. Every single time. That's not even the right dagger. Good. Good. It wasn't even the right dagger. Ha. Ha. Brick this one now. Brick it for me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Brick it for me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Brick it for me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Brick it for me, baby. Can I have some basic skill damage? No, you cannot, only core damage. Can I have some basic skill damage? No, you don't get none. Okay, well, Screw that dagger and screw everything that it believes in.
What's still got some good in it?
Some lofty company. I like Sanford, so. Oh, I just watch it all the time. I don't know if I was watching it because I actually wanted to watch it though, or if I was just watching it because it was the only thing on TV. When you don't have cable, there's really not a lot of things to watch, to be perfectly honest. So I can't really say one way or the other. I watched some stuff back in the day on regular TV. I remember just like. I remember thinking sometimes, I'm like, why am I watching this? Like, let me give you an example. I remember I went over to my friend's house one day. Joshua. Man, he was like, I don't know, he's like the classic jock. I don't even know how me and him ever like got together and we were friends. I really don't even know. Because like he was like super into sports, everything. He played games, but he's like one of those sports gamers. Like he only plays like the basketball games and the football games and like anything that's sports, but like he doesn't really play anything that's not sports. Like if it's not sports, he doesn't know that it exists, basically, right? And like I remember I went over to his house one time. I think I might have been like 15 or something like that, or 16 maybe. And I was, wanted to see if he wanted to, like, play some, like, because we used to play, like, tennis baseball in the backyard all the time because he kept breaking windows with real baseballs. And he was just sitting on the couch, and he was just watching golf. And I remember I came in, and he was, like, entranced. He was in some sort of, I don't even know, like a haze or something. I can't even explain it. So I just sat down on the couch next to him, and I started watching, like, the golf with him. And I must have sat there for like 30 minutes, and it was the most boring thing I had ever watched. And it was just like, and that was what was on TV back in the day a lot of the times was golf. And I can't help but think, like, maybe he was watching that just because there was like nothing else better on. I don't know. It really wasn't that exciting. It wasn't like Tiger Woods was on there or something, or like it was like a really tense golf match. It was just like one of those generic golf matches where it's like, oh, okay, and Tommy comes up onto the green, and he puts down his quarter. All right, he's cleaning his ball. Okay, the ball is clean. He's removing his quarter. Tommy is inspecting the green. He's inspecting the green. He's looking. He's got the edges. Okay. All right, he's choosing his club. We're pretty sure it's going to be a putter. Oh, he's got his putter, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody quiet now. He's going to be shooting his shot. Okay, don't interrupt him. Everybody be quiet.
Yeah, they talk like as if they're there and they're interrupting them.
Yeah, they do. They like they're not even in the same area. They talk like they're like right next to him. They're like, all right, now Tommy is going to be making the shot now. All right, there he goes. He's swinging back. Oh no, wait, that was just a practice swing. All right, now he's really going back this time. No, wait, that was just another practice swing. Okay, hold on. Dude, they crack me up, man. And I'm watching this, and I'm just like falling asleep while I'm like, and I look over at him, and he's just staring at the TV, just, like enthralled. And I'm like, hey, you want to go do something? And he's like, eh. This is the same kid who would like come to my window and like throw rocks at it until I got up, like because he wanted to play and do something. I crashed, by the way.
Okay.
I'm back.
Yeah, with this ship.
I'm so tired of crashing. It's always it's like more embarrassing when you're a streamer too. Like Like when you're like by yourself and your game crashes a bunch, you're like fucking. No, but when you're a streamer, it's just like yep, okay, crash number 70,400. Like, and they're like, you're supposed to be a professional streamer, right? You get paid to do this, like yeah. So, does it mean I can't crash? Okay, it's not my fault the game's coded badly. And then everybody tries to offer advice on how to fix it. Which is perfectly fine if you don't know what you're doing. But like, I've been working on computers for like my whole life. So you can trust and believe that I've tried many troubleshooting steps. I'm over here like racking my brain trying to figure out how I can fix it. I even bought 128 gigs of RAM because there was a bunch of people on one of the forums that were talking about how like 32 gigs was like just the wrong amount. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to upgrade, might as well upgrade to 128 if I'm going to upgrade. I mean, if I'm going to upgrade, might as well upgrade, you know what I'm saying? Might as well upgrade.
How many results for upgrade?
We got to upgrade. Yeah. Leon's pulling out the idiocracy quote.
You don't know upgrade. He's going to come.
Oh, he's coming. He does come, by the way. Upgrade does come. Upgrade.
You ain't gonna hide from him in a different timeline, a different year.
He straight up still wins. He follows him. Follow. He just gets in one of the pods and follows him to the future. It's hilarious.
He gonna get his money.
Oh, he gonna get his money. You don't know upgrade. Look, the relationship between a pimp and his hoe is a special kind of relationship.
I love just logging in Saragar and getting buffed by a million people. Dude, there's so many people popping. It's buff me up.
Buff me, daddy. I'm not strong enough to do a 70 by myself. I'm trying desperately to kill this first pack by the door. I mean, in my defense, I killed a bunch of them already, but like, I ain't no way I'm clearing the 70 time. This is a character that needed more work to get like 100%ed. Oh, some nice explosions there. That was beautiful. Yeah, I have a story about watching paint dry too. Pretty funny one. So, I used to work construction. I worked construction for a while. I was like 3 years. I did like all sorts of stuff, like framing, drywall, tile, hardwood floors, linoleum, etc. Blah 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 blah. Like everything you could think of. Painting, like anything that needed to be done that my boss, would like get a contract for. Like we did it. We ripped out showers and reinstalled showers that were like broken and whatnot. So that was a common thing. So anyway, like he's got this one friend that wanted to like flip a house, and the house was in pretty bad shape. So we were like doing like a complete overhaul on it. And one of the things that we did was we like went around spackling all the holes, fixing everything, and then he wanted to test out this new spray gun, and so like we like taped off the whole house and we like sprayed the whole house, like put the paint on the walls with the sprayer, and it was really cold. I remember it being like we had to like run the heater just to like stay warm.
Get
in
it
there.
to dry.
Like just to even stay warm. Like we were freezing to death in there, so we were running the heater just to like stay alive. And I remember like we sprayed the whole house. It was like one day we just sprayed the whole house, and it was so moist in the house.
Moist.
It was moist, and like on top of that, it was so cold. Like the paint just wouldn't dry. Like it just would not dry. Like it was hours were going by, and it was like not drying, and we couldn't even put a second coat on. Like it was just It was bad, and I remember he was like kicking up the heater to get the heat running so that he could like dry out the paint. And we burned like 2 propane tanks in there, just like trying to warm up the whole house. That whole day was so silly. It was literally us spraying the whole house down, and then after we sprayed the whole house down, like we literally just sat around and watched paint dry for like the whole day until we could put like a second coat on. And then we put the second coat on, and he's like, "All right, let's go home." We had a couple situations like that where it was just like, "Yep, all right, that's it, day's over." We had this one job. It was on like the 5th floor of a building that did not have an elevator, and the building had a code that all the drywall had to be 5/8 inch rated, fire rated drywall, which was much thicker than your normal drywall and also heavier than your normal drywall because it has a bunch of additives in it to make it fire rated.
Yeah.
And
usually that's between 2 different tenants. You have to put fire rated.
Yeah, so we had we had to bring up like 5 or 6 sheets of this fire rated drywall up 5 flights of stairs. So we finally carry like the last one up the flight of stairs and put it into the building, and he's just like, "All right, that's it, we're going home."
Ah, that was enough for him.
We was done. We were done for the day. Dude, that jank was heavy. It ain't light, and it's not like we were carrying it, just carrying it. We had to like maneuver it up the flights of stairs. Like it didn't fit. Like we had to like tilt it left and like lift it, and then like he had to lift his end, and then I had to push it up, and then we had to like, then he had to lift his end, and then I had to like push mine. And it was like a whole orchestra, like just to get it up 1 flight of stairs, and then we had to repeat it like 4 more times to get it up to the top stairs. I bet you he was wishing he had charged more money for that job. Heck, probably would have been easier to cut the sheets in half and carry them up. Like, I mean, we'd use a little bit of tape sealing up the gaps, but we'd be fine.
I owned a bunch of commercial buildings, and I do a lot of the work myself. And I was putting a demising wall between 2 tenants, and the ceilings were like, I think the ceilings were over 20 feet. You have to go all the way to the top, and you have to put this fire-rated caulking even when you get up to the very top of the ceiling. And we were doing the same, like the 5/8 inch, but they were 12 foot. They were 4x12s. Yeah. It was
painful.
It was painful. I did buy a lift, so we had that, at least the scissor lifts. So we mounted something on it. Would put the drywall on that, and then just lift it with the lift, and me and this other guy.
Yeah, we never had that stuff, so we were just doing like, we were just holding it up with our arms. Like I was holding it up with my arms while he screwed it in.
Yeah. Oof.
So I'm just like this. Just like, you got it yet? Nope, not yet. You got it yet? Nope, not yet. Don't let it go. Don't let it go.
Gotta pull people.
I mean, my damage isn't like too bad in like big groups. I get lots of explosions.
Yeah, that's what I need.
That was a big pack over here. Lots of elites.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay.
I'm pulling them all together, and I am sitting them all down for you. I can do that.
Okay. Didn't want to leave here. I won't die. Just die, would you?
No,
okay.
No, no, no.
Not you. Don't die, Ginger. Here. I was stuck with the huge.
Got feared.
Where's that one going?
I don't know. They just started running away.
Anybody else can get?
I'll tell you what though, I don't think I got what it takes to be min-maxing builds in PoE too. I don't think I got the patience for all that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think I got the patience for spreadsheets and like trying to figure out what's the optimal route and all the other bullcrap. I just don't think I got it in me. Yeah, just a little bit too much for me.
Just play the next character, that's all.
I mean, that's probably what it's going to be. That's probably what it's going to be.
I mean, it's going to be like that for everyone because it's a brand new
12
game.
characters.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need every character and every ascendancy, and yeah, it's going to happen.
12
just lots of
teen, 12 teen characters? What?
I mean, when the game's fully released, there's basically 36, classes. If you count the 12 classes and the 3 subclasses each has.
I got like infinite pull ends on this character, so I can handle like bunching them up for you. There is no limits. I have no limits of pull ends.
Every time I cast my ultimate,
Every time I evade, I pull in because of Shroud.
Let's go. Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry. Leon's gonna be around. I'm gonna give Xylor the build to play. Love Xylor if you're listening. I know you're there in your hatred channel. Last Epoch.
Was Xylor gonna play Path of Exile too?
I have no clue. He's playing Last Epoch right now.
I can't stand that game.
You've tried it a bunch.
I can't.
I just don't like the end game. It's like doesn't do it for me.
I mean, it was okay to play through like one time.
Yeah,
it was all right. Like I won't get mad at it, but like that end game is just atrocious. That is just atrocious. That's like when your mom tells you got McDonald's at home and you go home and it's like it's totally not McDonald's.
Like Eddie, remember the Eddie Murphy skit?
It's sad too because I think Last Epoch's got some good mechanics. I think they do.
Yeah, Yeah, I like their crafting system. I think it's actually.
They need to like, I don't know. I used to play this game. It's a really cool game. Yeah, one of my favorite games of all time. Most people probably don't even know it exists. It's called Pax Imperia. And in Pax Imperia, you basically play the role of like a galactic civilization, and you start with one planet, and you can like choose what you want to research and develop. And so you can like colonize more planets, and you can design your own ships and stuff. But like one of the key features of the game, which was very important to like seizing victory, was knowing what to research and when to research it, so that you had the appropriate tools at your disposal, like when you needed. So you could like say you had like 16 planets and like a bunch of moons and you had like the research power of all of those planets combined. Like they could all provide like their expertise to try and like solve a problem, right? And so you would be like, okay, well, we really need like better O2 extractors so that we can colonize more planets or something. And you would just like in the panel, you could tell all of your planets to expend all of their energy to find like the best like O2 extractors, and they would just dedicate their lives to that cause, and eventually you would have better O2 extractors. Like Last Epoch needs to dedicate their lives to like finding a way to make the gameplay actually interesting.
Yo.
That's what they need to dedicate their lives to. What's up, Chucks? Because unfortunately, the unfortunate truth is that the gameplay is just not interesting in Path of Exile. Like the game itself is actually kind of fun, but like the designing of the characters and like some of the crafting systems and stuff are great, but like actually playing the game is ass.
A lot of it has to do with the monsters, dude. Just the plants running around.
So I'm assuming you tried out the second one.
Which one?
Path of Exile.
Oh no, Path of Exile is not out till December 6th. I'm talking about Last Epoch right now.
Oh.
Killjoy and Xylo are down there playing Last Epoch right now. The town boss in Last Epoch is really fun. I think that was the most fun I had in the game, was literally sitting in town, like, trying to figure out my builds. I had more fun trying to figure out my builds than I did actually playing the characters.
Yeah, I like Last Epoch a lot. For all the reasons you named.
Yeah, if they could just make the game fun, that would be great. And then they would have something.
You should just write to the developers, dear developers, can you make the game fun?
Yeah, can you
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I mean, I think it has something to do with like the very bland levels, like the bland color design of the levels, like also has something to do with it. But then also like the monster types are all like the same. It feels like every single area you go into, the monster types are just like the same exact monsters. What's up, Lady Fox L337? I could like tell you about all the monster types in like Last Epoch in just by writing them down. So like they have like big Hulk monster, right? And like every single big Hulk monster is the same exact big Hulk monster, just like reskinned. And then they have like standard attack unit number 7. And like every single standard attack unit is the same exact attack unit reskinned. It's like, yeah, like this one's a orc and this one's like a demon and this one's like a such and such. They're like the same exact unit every single time. Like, and then they also have, you know, like standard archer unit number 5, and it's like it's literally the same exact unit just reskinned. And then they have these like little guys, so there's always like little guys. There's always like the little explodey dudes. And like every single one of them is the same. They're just reskinned. And then they also have the like mage standard mage unit number 809, and like it's literally just the same exact mage unit like reskinned everywhere you go, and it's just it's so freaking stupid. And granted, there's like what, like one, am I missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's a 5th one. The 5th one is usually like some type of insect, like standard insect monster, and then that's also the same, and then just reskinned. And then on top of that, they also have like the standard baby or larva insect, which is also literally just the same but reskinned. I'm not really entirely sure like what they were thinking with this, because like, yeah, it's kind of fun the first time you do it, but then like you play the game and you get into the end game, and the end game is literally just like doing the same runs over and over and over again of like content, and the areas are kind of boring, and the monsters are all exactly the same. There's like no variation between any of the monster types. All they do is just reskin the monster types into other monster types. It's just really freaking weird.
You didn't mention, because I don't think you played the latest event, they added loot goblins, but they're loot lizards.
Loot lizards?
Oh,
Oh man.
right.
They're running around, the lizards.
Loot lizards. I'm sorry, I didn't know about the loot lizards.
Yeah, those are new.
The loot lizards.
Run around, dude.
Have I beat Diablo? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Can you beat Diablo? I beat the campaign, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I almost had him.
I know what's happening. So, my shadow imbuement, I can't kill the monsters. So I'm shadow imbuing the monsters, but I can't
when
kill
they
them.
explode?
So when you kill the monsters, they're exploding, and that's what's causing the ricochet. So that's what's happening. All I have to do is shadow imbue them for you, and then the shadow imbuement is like taking out the whole pack. So I just get in here, suck them all together, get him shadow imbued, and then pop goes the weasel.
Kind of fun.
Sean remembers Pax Imperia? Sean, your stock has gone up in my book. Your Sean, the Sean stock is now like $1 a share. All right, we have gone up. You were at like a penny. You were penny stocks. Like that's what you were at before. But now you know about Pax Imperia, so you went up to like $1 a share now. I would love to play Pax Imperia on stream, but I'm also like worried that I'll never stop playing. Like you guys don't even know. I used to set up like, because like you could control the size of the galaxy. You could control how many planets were in the galaxy. You could control how many planets, or like how many planets were around each solar system, how many solar systems were in each area. Like you could max it out to the point where like it was ridiculous. You could have multiple enemies to fight against. Like you could set it up so that the matches would take days. I mean literal days, like just to win a match. And boy, I love to do that. I would sit there and play Pax Imperia for days. So my eyeballs were bleeding. My favorite thing to do, because you could pick like special features for your race. So you didn't have to be human. You could pick human if you wanted to, but you didn't have to be human. You could make your own race. And one of the special features that you could choose was anaerobic, which was basically meant that like your species didn't even need like air to breathe. So that way you could colonize all the planets that none of the other like aliens could colonize, which I always thought was really cool. And then there was another one that made it so that your species was like resistant to like cold and heat. So it didn't matter what temperature the planet was. It could be really hot or really cold. And so like that was my strategy, is I would go with an alien race that was like, you know, didn't need air and also like didn't care if it was a cold or a hot planet. I would infest every single planet. The NPCs, they would have their like restrictions. And certain planets would be off limits to them. Nothing was off limits to me. Like, it could be a barren rock, and I would still have a freaking colony on it. I used to hate the diplomacy side of things, though. So you had to, like, assign governors and things like that to your quadrants and like different things. And one of the most standard tactics for the NPC to use was to corrupt your officials, was basically to pay them off. And like when you went in there to look at your officials would have a ranking, and it would tell you like how good they were doing. And like I can't remember the exact ranking, but let's say 10 was like the best and like 1 was like absolutely terrible. Like they would pay your officials and they would be at like negative numbers. Like they would just bribe your officials to just sabotage everything. And so like the efficiency of like your entire colony would just be in the dirt because your like elected official was just deliberately sabotaging everything. So you'd have to go through and you'd have to like check out your elected officials and make sure they weren't bribed. And if they were, you'd have to fire them and hire somebody else. How would I get around the population penalty in Pax Imperia? I don't remember. Was there a population penalty? I don't even remember that.
What are y'all running?
Oh, some Nightmare Dungeons. Or, sorry, pits.
Pits.
No. I just did a Nightmare Dungeon to get some of the master working stuff.
He did a dungeon. A Nightmare Dungeon. Pax Imperia Eminent Domain. I'm gonna show you guys some screenshots of my epic game. Look at this. Look at them. Look at them pixels. That's a one of the panels with the weapons, theoretical weapons that you have to like research. Oh, they got like an upscaled version. That's pretty cool. Uh-oh.
I didn't get enough.
Uh-oh, Pax Imperia gameplay might be coming. Wait, somebody's got an upscaled version of Pax Imperia.
I need to do another Nightmare Dungeon.
Hey, it's Pax Imperia. Look at that.
You want to do Nightmare Dungeons with Chunks?
Yeah, why not? Sounds fun.
I'll join the party. Absolutely.
Did you pull a Nightmare Dungeon yet, or did you open one?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, bomb that city. Bomb that city. Don't let them. Yeah, bomb that city. Don't let them talk to you any kind of
they're
way.
all the same level, depending on the difficulty you're in.
Yeah. It just goes with the difficult.
Nuke 'em.
That's hilarious.
Nuke 'em. In the game, like, you develop like different weapons, like planetary weapons. Some of the planetary weapons that you develop are like ridiculous. They're like way past nukes. You start developing like fusion neutron bombs and all sorts of other stuff to the point where like you demolish like half the planet in like one attack. It gets kind of insane. What's the matter, Bogus? You having a hard time today? Did you not get some to eat? I gave you some peanut butter pretzels earlier. Did you get them?
He didn't get the attention that he wanted.
He got lots of attention today. I even brought him up on
But
stream.
he didn't get the attention that he wanted. There's a difference.
Ooh. Big old chest of loot.
It's been so long, I'm afraid I might not know how to play the dang game. It's really complicated. I always used to hate, like, I hear you, buddy. I always used to hate playing against the computer, though, because the computer cheated.
Yeah, sometimes games are like that.
I would have, like, the entire, like, combined effort of, like, 30 star systems researching a topic, trying to get, like, shields before them or trying to get weapons before them. And they would somehow always have higher weapons and higher shields than me, I swear. I don't know how they did it, but they would always do it. He's behind a locked door. I don't know if we can get through there yet.
I got
Oh, you got it.
Could have happened.
It's open.
Or does that still mean we have a butcher?
The butcher's been muted as of late. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of butcher.
I feel like they gave in to the whiny complainers that died to the butcher at like level 5.
Pussies. Sorry.
Honestly, I think the butcher was an absolutely great mechanic, and they should have made it harder. Honestly,
Yeah, I agree. I could see them maybe taking him out in hardcore. I don't. They made him harder.
Cobus, I see you.
Don't need to change the game for hardcore. People opt into hardcore or opting into a harder difficulty of the game. That's their choice. So don't cater to those kinds of people.
You want to play hardcore, you're gonna die. Deal with it.
You know what it needs to be? You guys remember Christmas Story? The entire time he's asking for the BB gun, and every time he asks for the BB gun, somebody goes, "You'll shoot your eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. You'll shoot your eye out." And then what does he do? He shoots his eye out. Like, we need to just do that. Anytime somebody complains about hardcore, like it'd just be like, they're like, "Oh, you know, hardcore, like blah blah blah, it's unfair." Like, and then you're just like, "Well, you chose hardcore. Like, well, you're gonna die. Well, you're gonna die. Well, you're gonna die." Like, dang it, I died. See, told you. And then he made up that story at the end that the icicle hit him in the eye because he didn't want to admit that he shot his eye out. Honestly, kind of the designer of the BB gun's fault. Like, I mean, it's who thought copper projectiles was a good idea? Like, they bounce. Like, that's what they do. Like, I don't.
It's an excellent idea.
It's a terrible idea.
Excellent idea.
Like, all projectiles pretty much from like the dawn of time are lead for the most part. Sometimes they copper coat it, but it's still lead on the inside. It's a bad idea. Lead pellets are far less dangerous. They don't bounce hardly as much, and they deform, which means they usually end up, you know, like losing all aerodynamic speed. Meanwhile, the BBs like don't even take any damage. They just like hit the wall, bounce off, and they're still flying through the air, perfectly shaped as a round BB.
And my uncle has the coolest BB gun.
Or you say that?
It's got like one of the round drums on the bottom of it. It's fully automatic.
That sounds insane.
That thing is just like so fun to play with.
I've got a really nice pellet rifle that I actually really enjoy plinking with. Sit out the backyard.
I've one with a silencer on it.
A pellet rifle with a silencer?
Yes.
I actually got into air rifles for a while, and I always wanted like a really nice one. But like, one of the things that always surprised me was, did you know that Lois and Clark had an air rifle? Like, when I was doing research on this stuff, I found out that Lois and Clark had a 50 caliber air rifle.
50 caliber? What the heck?
Yeah, let me pull up. I think there's a picture of it. There's a report of it. They took it on the expedition with them, like the Lois and Clark expedition, and
I found Neo. I found the one.
let's see. It's called
Again.
It's called the
Yep.
Girandoni air rifle. It's an air gun designed by an Italian inventor, Bartolomeo Girandoni, circa 1779. The weapon is also known as the Windbush, or the wind rifle in German. Caliber .46. Sorry, .46, not 50 caliber. So pretty close though. Oh no, never mind. I'm right. It fired .46 or .51 caliber rounds. There was a record of the spring broke apparently, and they had to go get it repaired at a blacksmith. They had to get like a new spring forged. It fired balls, like musket balls. This thing on the back of it, which was really cool, so this is how it worked, this is the air canister right here. And what you would do is you would have to like, it had like some extra tools that it came with, and you had to sit there and like pump the air canister up so it had like enough compressed air in the shot, like in this like steel bubble in the back to fire the shot. And I think there's a picture of the yeah, this is the kit that you would use to actually pump up the steel canister. I think it had a swap out steel canister when you were finished. Like with that one, you could swap in another one that was already pre-charged. It's like kind of ridiculous. I don't even know. Apparently they successfully hunted with it. It was especially useful apparently because quite a few times during their expedition, all the gunpowder stores got wet, and they couldn't hunt with the regular rifles. And obviously, you know, being an air rifle, they didn't care. It's like, water, whatever. It's interesting that they had air rifles all the way back in freaking like 1779, though. That's kind of crazy. I mean, if you think about it, it's pretty ingenious because, you know, like nowadays, you know, like not as cool, but you think about it during those time periods where there's like no stores for you to go to. There's like they're traveling up and down the Mississippi. Like there's really nowhere for them to stop, right? As long as they've got lead with them, probably a you know, like a little musket ball form, so they could pour the lead into. They've got infinite ammunition, and as long as the spring doesn't break and they got enough air canisters, they can keep recharging the air canisters, and they've got basically infinite ammunition and infinite like propellants. It probably worked out really well on their expedition, I would imagine.
50 caliber is huge.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh. I wonder what they hunted with it. Like, did they actually hunt like large game with it, or was it just smaller critters? I feel like if you hit a raccoon with a 50 caliber round, it's probably not going to be much of a raccoon left.
Yeah.
That's not for dinner anymore.
It's roadkill or something.
Oh, there's the treasure room key. That's roadkill. I mean, it really depends on how high the compression is. I mean, I've seen air rifles that can go up to 1,500, sometimes even 2,000 feet per second. It really depends on what the compression is, how tight the ball fit was.
That's like a gun. I mean, that's like a.
I mean, there's some really good ones out there. The one I have right now is 1,000 feet per second, and it's not even really that. It's not even really that great of an air rifle. I mean, I hate to say this, but that's what gunpowder guns are. By the way, they're air rifles. Like the only difference is that in the case of a, you know, like a gunpowder charge or like the modern equivalent, it's it basically creates a large amount of gas which propels the bullet. That's what it does. So they're all gas propelled in a way. One is just creating the gas in a different way. One's storing it and then firing the gas, or like using a canister of some kind, a spring. It really just depends. I mean, I don't know.
I got a muzzle loader.
You got a muzzle loader? I mean, I don't know if it has like detailed information about this thing. Like if it shows like how fast it was, like maybe if somebody grabbed it. Some of this stuff in here though is crazy. Like right here it says Thomas Rodney wrote the following on September 8th, 1803. Visited Captain Lewis, sick barge. He shooed us his air gun, which fired 22 times at one charge. So 22 times with one charge of the canister. All Lucan's known air guns were single-shot muzzleloaders and not repeaters, making it very likely that Lewis's gun was a Ghirardelli, the only repeating air gun of the time. Lewis stated in his journals that he purchased the air gun, but it is not known when or where he did so. Lewis fired the air gun at least 16 times to demonstrate it to various Native American tribes. On 24th January 1806, Lewis wrote, "My air gun also astonishes them very much. They cannot comprehend its shooting so often and without powder, and think that it is great medicine."
Oh, I got blown up. Got blown up killing stuff.
I mean, I don't know what the doesn't really say here. It says the balls fired from the Ghirardelli were effective up to approximately 125 yards or 114 meters on full air reservoir. The power declined as the air reservoir was emptied. So the first shot out of the reservoir is going to be the most powerful, and then it slowly declines from there. 125 yards, that's what, 400 feet? 375 feet? yards is 3 feet, right?
Yeah.
375 feet. It said effective at 375 feet, so I'm assuming that the loss of velocity was too great from that point. Now, I would imagine that with a 50 caliber round, like it would probably lose a lot of velocity from having to propel such a heavy weight. But then again, it's going to hit a lot harder when it smacks in, so I don't know. Not really sure what they were hunting with that thing. Small game, big game. Bear. Squirrels. If you hit a squirrel with a 50 caliber round, I don't think you got a squirrel left anymore. I think the squirrel's just gone. I don't think that yeah, I don't know. You don't got much of a squirrel left anymore.
Just a bunch of
Yeah, if I shot a squirrel with my 45 pistol, it would just absolutely explode it. Like, I'm not gonna do that. That's like 22 and 14 territory.
So that's what I'm saying. They must have like been hunting something that was larger than that. Let's see if anybody has any information on like okay, so according to this, oh well, Steven's talking about grains. So according to this, it says that it was a 201.49 grains on the 51 caliber. That's what it says. 201.49. The 46 caliber was only 146.3 grains, according to what it's saying. But it says that it was capable of 600 feet per second, or 152 meters a second, at 159 joules. That's actually pretty impressive for a 51 caliber. That's not bad at all.
all these rooms on rooms.
Apparently that rifle is worth $47,500 if you have one. That Goldeneye air rifle.
Ancestral amulet.
What do you need on it?
Well, I mean, ideally, I need armor, dex percentage.
Oh, he just wants like an 80 billion gold amulet.
Potent.
I might. Let me see if I have.
Just the 80 billion gold, no big deal.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much what he's saying.
I do not have one of those laying around.
Thing.
I do not have
If
one of those.
if I could find one with potent on it, I could.
Not like I used to, anyway.
I could re-roll it just over and over and over again.
Yeah, when the caliber of the round goes up, Stephen, the speed goes down. I mean it's the same force. It's just a larger round, so it's more mass, which is harder to propel forward. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised 600 feet per second was what they were getting out of those 51 caliber rounds.
Especially whenever you take like a metal rod and a knife and, you know, kind of ding on it and put a hex in all the bullets to make them open up and spread just as soon as they come out of the barrel.
I mean, it would also be interesting to find out.
That's a whole lot of damage then.
Like, was the Gyrodani one, was it rifled? Like, did it have rifling? I mean, I'm assuming since it's a ball, it was like a musket ball, spherical musket balls, that it was probably not rifled. I don't imagine most of the.
I do not.
I think pretty much everything that fired spherical balls was probably before rifling.
Is Blood Blister still annoying as shit?
No. It's fine.
Ancestral favored. Wait, we don't get glyph XP in these anymore, do we?
Apparently the Gyrodon air rifle was rifled.
Okay, so ancestor flavor is just more experience now.
It says was 4 feet long and possessed an octagonal rifled barrel that featured 12 lands and grooves. Interesting. Cody, I hear you, buddy. I really do. I'm listening to you. I guess Cody said that I'm not allowed to play anymore today. That's what Cody said. He said, "Look, this is it." He said, "This is the grand peepaw." Okay. No more. No more. Can I have a foot? Can I have a paw? Well, that's a good paw. Do you gotta go peppa-doo? You gotta go peppa-doo? Yeah or nay? He said maybe. Maybe's I do. Maybe's I don't. Pimpums. Why you got so many pimpums all over your face? Because you've been digging into greasy trash cans and stuff? Digging into greasy trash cans. Alright, buddy. I know. What was I referring to? You were referring to like 4K or like 1080p being an advantage, but there's really not much difference between them. 4K is more of a luxury, if that's what I was referring to. "4K actually holds you back in most competitive gaming. Like, you usually don't use 4K or higher resolutions if you're doing competitive gaming. I remember back in the day, like even during the era of like 640 by 480, I remember people would be running like Quake at like the worst resolution possible. Like, we called them knuckle breakers is what we called them, because they were like, the resolution was so small that like you could barely even see anything on the screen, but it was all to get those sweet FPSs over the other players. And people would be running like, I can't even remember like the resolution. I think it was like 320, because like the normal was 640 by 480. It was like 320, and then there was another one that was even below that. It was like 175 or something. "4K is always objectively worse than 1080p when it comes to competitive. Like, if you're trying to be competitive, 4K is always the worst option. You want as many frames as you can possibly get. That's the moral of the story. And even if you can obtain 60 frames per second with 4K, well, then that means that you can obtain much higher with 1080p. If you can obtain 120 with 4K, then you can obtain much higher with 1080p. Getting your frames as high as you can possibly get them means you miss less on the screen, there's less input lag, and you have a better chance of reacting to the stimulus, cutting down even by like a fraction of a second. It's like CSGO or like Counter-Strike like 101. Like, the higher your frame rate gets, the more up-to-date the image is, even past the frame rate of the monitor. Like, some people think that matching the hertz of your frame rate to the hertz of your monitor is like super important or something, but the truth is that if you're doing competitive style gaming, like, you want your frame rate to be much higher than the hertz rate of your monitor. Like, it just continually goes upward. Like, there's no real top to it. Like, there is a point of diminishing returns where you see less and less of a return for like increasing your frame rate higher and higher, but like, I mean, you could have like a 300 hertz monitor and you could have like 600 FPS and you still might not even be capped out.
I killed the boss.
FPS is not the only advantage in Twitch games. It also comes down to other things. We were doing like a big event back here. There might be a bunch of stuff on the ground. Twitch games also comes into input lag. Input lag is a very strong effect on the entire system. Input lag comes from multiple sources. So it comes from, number one, your frame rate. VSync and G-Sync and things like that add to the total, so you generally turn those off. Having the correct settings can make a huge difference on your frame rate and also the input lag in general. Your monitor also makes a big difference, so having a very good high hertz monitor is a huge bonus. So like getting yourself like a 144 hertz or a 240 hertz monitor can make a massive difference, because increasing your frame rate, while it does have a positive effect even past the hertz of the monitor, increasing the hertz of the monitor also has a drastic effect as well, and they are cumulative. So if you have a 240 hertz monitor and you're pushing like 500-600 frames, you're going to see a much better difference than if you're running 500-600 frames with a 60 hertz monitor, and so forth and so on. Screen tearing is completely and utterly pointless. It's a visual problem that is something that competitive players do not care about. If you're a competitive player, you always turn off VSync. Always, always, always. You never leave that crap on. That is for plebs. Plebs use VSync.
Mine's only 144 hertz.
Yep, 144 hertz is like standard entry into like most Twitch gaming and stuff like that.
But the max it can go is 1080. I don't have a...
It don't matter. 1080p is fine.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I've been looking around at 4K or...
So a TV is like
the middle monitors.
So when it comes...
What is that?
For what?
Not the 4K, but the in between.
1440p?
Yes, one of those. I've been looking at those, but they're all lower, or I mean not lower, higher on the millisecond and lower on the refresh rate most of the time.
Yeah, so TVs, Steven, are actually very bad. Most TVs have absolutely horrible response times. TVs are made to watch movies. They're not made for interactive content. So most of the time,
resolution.
So most of the time, the lag time between when you click on something and when the TV displays it can actually be upwards of a second, depending on how bad your TV is. Can you imagine playing a game and it takes a full second for whatever you do to actually reflect on the TV? Most TVs have what's called a game mode, and some of the TVs are mildly saved by the game mode. You need to make sure that you turn game mode on if you're playing on a TV, because it makes a huge difference. There's a website, it's called Blurbusters, I think is what it's called. They actually list a lot of the TVs. I don't know if they've been keeping up with the newer models, but I could probably pull it up here. Let's see here, Blurbusters, TVs, and then let's see if they got a... They usually have a whole thing on here where you can look at the individual lists, monitor lists. I'm looking for the TVs specifically though, but let's click on the official list of monitors.
What kind of monitor do you use?
I mean, if you're going for Twitch gaming, then you want something that has really fast response time. You want something that has really high refresh rates. G-Sync is generally considered one of the better ones, although there is a really nice technology called it's NVIDIA 3D technology, which is really interesting. The NVIDIA 3D technology actually works really well. It's like a strobing effect. I used that for a long time on my old VG monitor. In fact, it's funny because I was in the store the other day, and somebody was literally buying my monitor, that I got 7 years ago, and it was brand new for $250. And I was like, I can't believe he's buying literally my monitor. There it is right here. It's the VG278HV, 1080p, 144 hertz with the light boost motion blur technology. This is the one that I had for the longest time until I kind of like moved away from it. But absolutely amazing Twitch monitor. Like if you're going for like shooters. I could have sworn they had the TV list on here, but the TV list is crazy because it shows you. It's like gaping monitors. It shows you the difference between like game mode and non-game mode, and some of the TVs are so bad that they're like almost a full second time, like in between like the thing. Where is the? Let me see if I could find this real quick. I'll do like a bunch of searches.
Oh, poison. I use a AOC monitor. Seemed to have pretty good warranty, so I went that route. Had like a dead pixel thing.
Why can I not find what I'm looking for on this website?
Excuse me.
I mean, they definitely changed the website a little bit since the last time I've been here. They actually do some pretty interesting testing, though. They actually take a device and they actually put it on the monitor, and then they have like a program which then plays the thing, and then so like basically what it's doing is it's actually testing, like the program fires off the command, and then the device that they put on the outside of the monitor actually checks to see. Actually checks to see when the image actually displays on the screen, to like figure out what the exact like refresh rate and like blur difference is, or the like the I'm trying to think of the term I'm looking for, like the input delay. And I don't know, their testing has been some of the best. Like I started going with some of the stuff that they recommended, and I was amazed at the difference between like the crap that I was using. TVs especially, like when it's went over the TV list, if I can even find the dang thing. I'm like missing out on all the sweet Optusite over here. I'm missing out on the sweet Optusite. It's all additive, by the way, and this is one of the things I found out when it came to input lag, is that like everything's additive. So when you have input lag like from your controller, and then you've got input lag coming in from your TV, and then you've got more input lag coming in from the VSync, and then like your frame rate isn't quite there, and like you start adding it all together, it's all cumulative. So like if you get like a 0.2 second input lag from your TV, and then you get like a 0.3 second from, you know, like your VSync, and then you get like another 0.5 second from like not having the good frame rate, and like so forth and so on, it can add up to a second relatively easily. I remember I've been to like some people's houses sometimes, and I was literally like playing on their systems, and I'm like, holy Jesus. I was like, why does it take like a full 2 seconds like after I press the button for my dude to jump? I'd be like, I'm literally just like holding the controller, and I'm like this. I would just go like, all right, let me test this real quick, and I would just see, and I'd be like, okay, all right, jump. And I'm watching him, and I'd be like, 1,000, 2,000, and then he would jump, and I'm like, holy Jesus, it takes forever for this boy just to even like do one move. I had to like relearn the whole game because I had to keep doing things in advance. Like I would have to like jump 2 seconds in advance before my character ever got to the thing. I'm over here just clicking and collecting all this doojanks. I'm trying to see if they got their like testing stuff on here, because they got some pretty cool testing methodology. Is this it?
Oh, there's an event here.
Yeah, I think this is it. This isn't the list, but this is them going over like the various tests and checking everything out.
Alright, where's the...
Yeah, so here, let me, I'm gonna link this for you guys if you guys want to watch it. This is their, like, testing process and stuff, and they go over, like, how they test things and come to the conclusions that they're coming to. It's pretty neat. Let's put it in chat. It really, the thing is, though, is that, like, Twitch gaming and stuff like that, like, if you're doing, like, first-person shooters, yeah, it matters, but, like, if you're not doing a first-person shooter, like... I think about the only other game where it probably comes into play where you need like a really high frame rate and you want like the best response time ever is probably like maybe racing games and maybe fighting games. Like those two. Those two it's probably very important for, racing games and fighting games. But like you don't need it for a lot of other stuff. Like you don't need it for like ARPGs or like when you're playing your like Stardew Valley game, like what does it really matter? As long as it's comfortable to the eye, and you're not like missing out on stuff. There's really not a lot of good reason to have that crazy frame rate for games like that. It's funny too because even in Twitch shooters, having more accurate information means that you're just more accurate in your shooting. And it's kind of funny because they've actually proved that being more accurate in your shooting sometimes makes you worse because you just suck. Sometimes it was the inaccuracy that was actually helping you land your shots. And so now that you're accurate and you're actually landing your shots according to like exactly where you want them to go, now you're missing all your shots because you suck. Like congratulations, you suck. I mean, the topic is basically, does hardware, give you an advantage? And I mean, there is some advantage that can be obtained through hardware. I mean, you're not wrong, but like most of the advantage obtained through hardware doesn't really apply to most games. And then on top of that, it also just, it's not really what you think. And I think most of it is mitigated by the fact that, like, unlike consoles, computers are modular, which means that somebody with a bad computer can bring down their settings, somebody with a good computer can bring up their settings. Very few people are rigging for, like, competition, so. And trust me, you can rig for competition, let me tell you what. I've gone through all that. I had this little crappy laptop that couldn't play CSGO. It was pretty bad. And I sit there and I optimized CSGO. I went through like guide after guide, fixing everything. And
it's real bad, okay?
Dude, that laptop went from not being able to play CSGO at all to like literally having 60 frames solid. Easy.
Get the hiccups, bud?
Yes, I do.
Hold your breath.
Alright, I think I'm gonna hop off since Cody's gotta go to the bathroom anyway. I don't know, I've already been streaming for like 8 hours. I feel like I sat and watched like Ben-Hur or something in the movies. Like I was sitting there for so long just watching them like talk about all this stuff, and I need to go like walk around. Like when you'd be like in the school and you'd be like at the test and you'd be in there for like 4 hours on the test and your teacher would be like, okay, everybody, let's stand up and let's stretch. We gotta get those arms pumping. Like that's what I feel like right now.
I was watching them. I don't know if you ever seen them. they do like reaction videos to movies, like
Oh,
first
yeah?
time watching. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty cool.
I should watch Coneheads.
Like I watched them watching Logan for the first time.
That's a terrible movie.
I liked Logan.
How dare
like
they?
Logan.
How dare they kill Wolverine? That's a terrible movie.
But I mean, it was
for
a
that
good
reason.
movie. It was a good
Yeah, it was
movie.
I
And
really
to see them like reacting to it like for the first time I've ever seen it.
I'm gonna fight you.
Was cool.
How was Logan a good movie? How? Crazy
Because it's got Hugh
Xavier,
Jackman as
Logan
Wolverine.
dies.
It's got like a daughter daddy thing.
Like I don't even know what it would. Daughter daddy thing.
How could you not like Logan?
That movie
That
was
was
terrible.
like-
They
as
even made
far
fun
as-
of it in the Deadpool Wolverine movie, and I laughed. I was like, haha.
Because he legitimately was like being done with the character. Like he
And yet he still came back for
He- he
Wolverine
was-
Deadpool.
But it's been a few years, man. Like at the time, he was like, okay, you know, I'm laying it down. I'm laying it down. And if he was gonna lay it down for the last time, that was like the best way to go. The way that he just like fought and protected all of them and then went out that way. I don't know. I loved it.
I didn't know. Adamantium poisoning? Ha.
It tugged on the daddy
Crazy,
bone.
crazy,
Tugged on the
crazy
daddy bone.
Xavier? Ha. No. Killing Logan?
No, he wasn't
No.
crazy. He had dementia, and a lot of people can relate to that. Me being one of them.
So the person with the most
Like-
powerful mind in the universe that can literally
Has
like
the
control
most-
aliens and could literally kill everyone on
has
the
a
planet has dementia.
Degenerative brain disease.
Don't make no sense to me. They like to retcon stuff. They be retconning things in like Logan's so powerful and he's like so ridiculously amazing. They gotta like retcon things in. They're like oh he's adamantium poisoning. Oh yeah.
He lived for like 700 years.
He would have lived for another 700. Like
It took 700 years for that shit to finally kill him.
in the cartoon, he's literally not even dead. Like, I mean, like in the comic, he's literally not even dead. Like they sealed him in a solid block of adamantium. That's what they did. He's literally alive inside the block of adamantium. Like in the comics, he's basically unkillable. He's regenerated from like nothing before. Like the sheer idea that Logan dies from adamantium poisoning has got to be the stupidest thing that they've ever come up with, especially given how many times he's regenerated from nothing. Like there's been times where literally all that was left of him was like a finger, and he regenerated from a finger, and you're telling me he died from adamantium poisoning? Like BS.
It was a good way to go out. It was a good way to go out. It was a good movie. Agree to disagree.
It was not a good movie. They killed Logan. It was
I
not a good
loved it.
movie. Logan
They
is
killed him.
Logan
Hey,
is
he still
the
came
entire
back.
thing about Logan is
still
he's
came back.
invincible. He didn't come back. They went and got another one.
Well, agree to disagree. I enjoyed the movie. I think it was a
Never
really good
agree to disagree. I hate Logan. I wish that movie was never
movie.
made.
I don't care. We're
I
doing
hate it.
anyways.
I
We're
hate
agreeing to
it.
disagree.
You know why you know why he was done with the character, Chunks? You want to know the
sorry?
secret why he was done with the
'Cause he's
character?
old?
He was done with the character because of movies like Logan. That's why he was done with the character. And then when Wolverine Deadpool came along, which was actually a good Wolverine movie, he was like, wow, this character is really amazing. I like this character now. You know why he liked the character in Wolverine Deadpool? Because he actually had like good writers that made a good story. That's
yeah, but
why.
it was more CGI. It was more CGI than it was like him actually physically doing the things.
I'll fight anybody who says Logan is a good movie. We're fighting, Chunks. I'm driving over there. I'm gonna bring Cody too.
Alright,
We're gonna
you
it's
come
gonna be a
on.
2v1.
Come on.
I'm gonna get him.
Uh,
I'm gonna get him
You
some
and
shark
the
teeth.
dog. You and the dog.
Mhm,
Come
mhm.
on.
Mhm.
Because Kubis ain't gonna do nothing because I'm gonna pet him and give him some treats.
I'll put peanut butter on your face. That's the first thing I'll do. I'll come in, I'll get a big jar of peanut butter, I'll stick my hand right in there, and I'm just going to grab a whole glob, and I'm just going to throw it right at your face, and Cody's just going to jump on you, and he's going to start licking your face. And even though he's not hurting you, he's going to hold you down because he's going to be licking that face. He's just going to be working it. He's going to be working it. And while he's working the peanut butter, I'm going to be working the ribs. I'm going to be hitting them livers and the kidneys. I'm going Isn't that right, Cody?
You won't ride this train?
I'm gonna get some peanut butter. First thing, just peanut butter bomb. Gonna be right in the eyes too. You're gonna be like, oh god, peanut butter everywhere. Oh, and you're gonna try and wipe it out of your eyes, and it's gonna get all over your hands. And you know how peanut butter is not easy to wipe off, so that just is gonna go everywhere. If you got a weapon or something, it's gonna be hard to hold on to the weapon because you're gonna be the peanut butter's all over the place. Maybe I do 2 peanut butter bombs. Maybe I'll prep them before I get out of the car. I'll just get them both my hands up and just.
I'm hungry. You're just making me hungry.
Well, make sure you open your mouth when I throw my peanut butter bomb. Make sure you get down right in there.
I'll get me a sleeve of saltine crackers. Have me a treat.
Cody said you saying peanut butter a lot, and I like peanut butter. Why are you saying peanut butter
Pet a
so
dog
much?
and punch a ginger.
All right, I will see you guys tomorrow, I suppose.
All right, have a good night, bud.
All right, yeah.
All right, guys and gals. Cody wants me to go. He said he's got to go pepper-do. I will see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you hanging out with me all day while I watch like 2 back-to-back 3-hour movies for some reason. PoE looks good. PoE 2 looks good. PoE 2 looks good. The PTR changes look good. I'm excited for both of them. I'm excited for both. They both look good. It'd be fun to have 2 different games to play during 2 different seasons. So when D4 is in the off season, you know, we'll have another game to play, and then like PoE 2 maybe, and like get some D2 in there as well. Squeeze some. I need to squeeze some D2 in, but you know, whatever. We're gonna squeeze that in. We're gonna find a way. It's gonna squeeze. We gotta shove it in there somewhere. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.